disappointment. Now the vice president often tell me, since he got a seat as vice president, how many persons have recommended in this government to serve in the government as presidential appointee? 0. Every appointment in Nimba County was done by him. He and I would discuss something as a brother. To implement it, you will bypass me and do different things. I don't talk on it.
Now you need to deceive us. The thing we saw, it frustrate us. So why can't you lie? Why can't you steal? Why can't you allow the citizens to be? You see, we just tell you that why we vote tell you. But you fool us, you screw us, you use us and later on abuse us. So why? The government makes you lie. Why? But that the question that we ask.
The good person in our whole United Party, that President Bwaka. You want to say that again? The only person that appreciate good among all the United Party for that President Bwaka. The rest are ungrateful. The right, they use you and dumb you. But President Bwaka, if all of them were thinking the President Bwaka and behaving the President Bwaka, United Party will have another chance in 2029. Just for now, they do not regard people that help them. I'm not.
Of our soldiers were executed on this party ground. 2 at the back and 1 right at the headquarters. The man who shot and killed our people today is a darling boy in the Liberian National Police. They brought him back to shoot more guns. Get ready to shoot. Because we challenge the status quo appropriately.
Inform them in the violence or still any student because of their action. It will be the day the entire Bwaka administration will cut down. We will massively violate the students in this country and we'll shut down the Bwaka administration. They tear that happy. We have the capability to do so. And if they think this renovation project is a joke, let them try it. The fall of the Bwaka administration begin with this. If they think they will tumble on any student in this country or at the university like going and walk away with impunity, while our children saving opponents and logic in the Western world, while we are subjected to agile power and bad learning conditions here, and the thing will say. In
the first 100 days, no car will get stuck on a major road in this country. And I mean it.
It's going down. First floor. There you have it.
That led to decades of war still run deep. But so too does the longing for reconciliation. A reconciliation defined not by political bargaining or by an artificial balance of power by tribe, region, religion, or ethnicity, but by the equality of opportunity and a better future for all Liberians.
Bwaka can lie, the government, all the ministers in the government, they can lie. They don't put all hustler, they put a hustler, they lie. Everything they say, they never say the truth.
Today, the supporters of His Excellency Joseph Bwaka presents him as a poor man from Lofa and asserts that he will understand the plight of the poor people. Fellow Liberians, do not be fooled. First President Bwaka is not poor like you, not even as me. As Vice President, his office received more money from the government budget than any other Vice President has received in Liberia's history. He has enjoyed some of the best and most lucrative government jobs.
First of all, there's this, what I call sort of vicious lie about the fact that Mr. Pewee is gay or bring gay lifestyle to Liberia. It's complete bullshit. When people can accuse you of stealing people's money, when they can accuse you of being involved in the war, anything, people don't make up stuff. They don't make up shit. Excuse my language, right? So it's complete nonsense. I'm married, 8 Teresa, 2 children, 5 grandchildren. I believe in traditional family values, so it's complete bullshit, complete nonsense.
Young man, vice president, young man that vice president, the major stole 500,000. I mean, Jamaica, the major went to, I forget that Jamaica, the majors went to Ghana, the fit, and they may bring it all company in the country. I mean, Kun, they can reach yourself. Kun, man, you know, Kun, but I want to sophisticated, quiet, hardcore rule in Labro. But Labro,
when 2029 come and pass, then you finally leave.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Today in these United States, it is President's Day. So the kids didn't go to school today. It is a federal holiday. We are paying respect to all of our presidents, from George Washington to Donald J. Trump. During the course of our broadcast, hopefully you will text us in the message section here who is your best or who is your famous president of all the American presidents. If you care to give an opinion, let us know who your favorite president is, if possible, why. And we will acknowledge you. Do us a favor, share this show on your platforms, in your chat rooms, on your personal pages. And just let everybody else know that we are here to discuss issues, national, international, some very interesting ones. We'll be talking about current events in Liberia. And then for our second hour, we're going to have our special guest. She and her crew will be here to discuss their organization, what it's all about, and how will Liberians benefit from their efforts. On the second hour, well, you got no excuse today. Most of you are not working. So you should be able to get involved, be active. Make the show very interesting because I know you have an opinion on the topics trending in the Republic of Liberia on social media, among your families, friends, colleagues. So let's talk. Let's discuss national issues. The trending topic in the Republic of Liberia, there are many, but one that is now trending, burning, is Prophet Key versus the Republic of Liberia, or versus the Supreme Court, or versus the Chief Justice. And what did the Chief Justice do when he was cornered? He called for reinforcement. He called the entire bench. I know you have an opinion. We will delve into that. The president and his crew are attending the AU meetings in Addis Ababa. We are going to be reading for you an imaginary letter written by the chair of the AU, and it's entitled Dear Kwame, as in Kwame Nkrumah, the father of Pan-Africanism. Very interesting letter. written in the future. Let me welcome Myean. Welcome to the show, young man.
Thank you. Thank you all so much, Mr. Jerome Gayman. It's a pleasure being here today on the first working day in this week. Wonderful time on the field today.
Excellent, excellent, excellent. We are going to have a guest. She will be coming on later on. If you can post that flyer, that would be nice. We are also going to be discussing briefly about current events in Liberia. I know what's burning in the Republic is the Prophet Key story. We are going to be discussing that. We are also going to be discussing the PLP. You remember the PLP? The People Liberation Party rebuts Unity Party chairman's job offer remark calls it desperate and visionless. Last week, we talked about the statement from Reverend Dr. Luther Tappe, says that insinuating that if you are in an opposition and you won, or if you want to become somebody, you might as well come and join the Unity Party and you will be rewarded with jobs. Other than that, most likely you stand no chance of winning 2029. So basically, he's telling you, don't waste your time. Just come and join us, and we will reward you with some jobs. So we're going to talk. We're going to look at what the chairman of the PLP is saying. We're also going to look at some lawmakers in Liberia and what's trending internationally as it comes to the Republic. Here is a lawmaker fear backlash over anti-female genital mutilation push as household hearing. A renewed legislative effort to formally eradicate female genital mutilation, widely known as FGM, has generated intense debate within the House of Representatives, as several lawmakers voiced caution about endorsing a measure that many traditional communities still regard as culturally sensitive. Notice we are talking about culture again. Liberia as a failed state whenever it comes to major decision making, you chicken out and you blame it on our culture. Most recently, when Prophet Key was jailed, some well-learned lawyers and reputable women and men agree that the sentencing of Prophet Key was illegal, that the penalty was excessive, that the ruling was based on vengeance and not corrective in jurisprudence. Some knowledgeable women and men are cheering the Supreme Court, saying, yes, even though it is illegal, but it is good for our country because our culture says so. This is what I'm talking about, our culture again. Every time when it comes to whatever it is, we say, don't do anything. Let's consult our culture. Supreme Court sentences of Prophet Key sparks national debate on free speech in the Republic. On the front page of Front Page Africa, in bold letter, justice or selective urgency. Is justice selective in Liberia? Do we have evidence? Do we have cases and incidents that we can point to and say, yeah, justice is selective? Justice is for those who are powerful, the elite, and the political class. For the common man and woman, Lemar Elim will say, leave your own with God. The Supreme Court of Liberia decision to sentence controversial social commentator Justin Ome Yazin, widely known as Prophet Key, to 6 months in prison for criminal contempt, has ignited one of the most intense national debates in recent years, pitting constitutional interpretation against concerns about judicial power and equal protection under the law. Presiding over this case was Chief Justice Yami Gbese, Sr., along with Associate Justices James Eto Howard Wolokari, Yusuf D. Kamara, Sienna D. Clinton Johnson, and Waikai N. Kane. The court ruled that Prophet Key's repeated use of invectives, vulgar language, profanities, and outright abuse, particularly targeting the mother of the Chief Justice, constituted contempt of the Supreme Court. We will delve into this. Where is Chief Justice Gbese's mother? If she was injured, wouldn't it she that would file a case? For her injury, wouldn't she testify in her own defense? In other development, the Republic of Liberia is an interesting country, if that. Ethnic security group sparks national concern after the National Fuller Security drill video surfaced in the Republic of Liberia. When I read this, it caught my attention, and I'm very concerned. As an honorary Fuller man, a person who is closely aligned with the Fuller community, great people, great family folk, great law-abiding folks. I do not want to believe that this is supported by the majority of these great people. From my reading, if it is true that a fuller governor, if there was such thing as a fuller governor in the Republic of Liberia, who has admitted to establishing this group as an extra security for their community during Ramadan and during special occasions, outside of the security apparatus of the Republic of Liberia, it is wrong. And to my brothers and sisters in the Fula community, I would like to hear from you. All the Fulanese that I have associated with, hardworking business people, love their family, love Liberia, doing very well in many instances. I don't think they will support this. So if the governor had done this on his own, then it is on him. And our good brothers and sisters in the Fula community need to speak out that this is not right. It says here public anxiety is rising in Liberia after social media videos and photos surfaced showing dozens of men. Information on the name National Fula Security of Liberia and FSL, prompting calls for government intervention and intensifying debate over whether the group is lawful for the community, is a lawful community safety initiative, or an unauthorized security force operating outside and inside the control of the Republic of Liberia. Fula is an ethnic group predominantly from the neighboring Guinea. The images widely shared online in recent days appear to show participants assembled in a field-like setting, with some observers alleging the gathering resembles a training camp. The group's leadership and legal status have not been publicly established, and it is not clear how organized the activities, where it occurred, or whether the participants are licensed under Liberia's private security framework. As criticism mounted, the Ministry of Justice, the agency responsible for internal security oversight, including regulation for private security providers, said it is preparing an official statement. Liberia is an interesting place. Let me go to our producer in the studio, Mr. Myean. Torgbean, Myean, you are on the ground, you are listening, you are feeling the pulse of the folks. Talk to us about trending issue before we go into our headline. What's trending? What we didn't capture during the news period that is breaking? What news? Let's talk.
Okay, so thank you all so much, Mr. Gayman. It's a pleasure being here once again. So there are too many trending news. There are too many things to be discussed within our country. Like you have already outlined most of the trending news within our country. But one of the news that other people are saying about is this issue about the public work minister, the former public work minister, where today she did appear on OKFM, where she said the current public work minister, Roden Guinness, is misplaced. And then she made a statement that he is an administrator and not an engineer. And then other Liberians are concerned about what she mentioned about that. And then others are saying with their kind of statement, is it like the public work minister or the entire public work is our people who understands engineering, people who understand construction, because she looking at him that is an administrator but he's now an engineer. So any government that comes to power, we are engineer. That's how she called it. And then if you don't put engineer there to know what exactly they're about to do, or the road project, the kind of project they're about to take on, they just put a administrator or someone who has the kind of document, but they don't know the practical experience. That's something the country is going to face difficulties with. And then we also heard from the CMC political leader, Musa Hassan Bedete. He was on the True Breakfast show this morning, where he did mention about some of the news that the House of Representatives and that of just the entire legislature and that of the executive are the two branches of government that are responsible for the suffering of Liberians within this country. So if the two branches can see how best they can help the people of Liberia, I think it's necessary that they will be able to come together to make some impact in the life of the Liberian people. That's from the CMC political leader. And also mentioned about after government come, government go. There are some ministries, there are some individual ministers who, if as God's willing, if he become president of the Republic of Liberia, he's not going to take off. But he did mention about recommendation that if he become president, as God's willing, he will be able to allow them to serve in that position, like Minister of Foreign Affairs, where he said she's one of the persons that is on his list. And then he also looked at the Minister of Information, Honorable Jeremy McMurphy, and then the third person were that the Public Works Minister, Honorable Roland Guinea, with that. So Liberians are now listening to the CMC political leader on the issue about the road going to happen in the southeast, and then he praised this government as it relates to the past 6 years and that of this government with the southeast road. So he also praised them, and then with the RH, he did not call or grade them on any RH because they are not doing nothing for the people. But with that role, he graded them because one of the key messages I heard from me today is that if you go to the area and then see the people, they are not complaining like how they used to complain over the past 4 or 5 years. They are not complaining about road connectivities. That means the people are seeing something good coming out of that area. But if you go there and then see the place is somehow better than the way it used to, then you still criticize it, the people are not going to take you serious. They're not going to believe you or take you to be like a fool or a liar. So with that, he also graded this government. And then this morning, about 7 or 8 o'clock this morning, we saw some folks from the former foreign logging, the Tima logging union of Liberia, where they had a little over, not mistaken, 15 numbers of protesters, peaceful protesters. They gathered at the Ministry of Finance to ask the Minister of Finance on Garguah. What I've observed, what I've heard from them is that the Minister of Finance, the President approved, and then it was sent to the Minister of Justice, and then they told the Finance Minister to give them the 7 million Liberian data. But up to now, they are yet to receive this amount, and then within December, some part of December, about 50,000 were sent into their account, and then they are requesting that the Finance Minister should turn over or send all of their money into their account. So as a result of that, many of them, older folks, young folks, men, women, children, they were all gathered at the Ministry of Finance, where we saw the Liberia National Police. They were all there guiding them in the process. And then one person were arrested on grounds that he asked the PSU commander who were on the scene, who were giving instruction to the guys. He asked the PSU commander that what did the lady do that you trying to pour in a pickup? Because of that, he were handcuffed and then sent to Central because of asking the commander who were on the scene. So we were there up to 10, 11, 12 up to 1 o'clock this afternoon. And then later we saw at 4 o'clock, the Monrovia City Corporation had the Monrovia Day climax on today, where they have so many key citizens. The political advisor of the president were also there, and then they had a wonderful time. So we also been following this issue about the student vehicle, wherein we will continue to follow about this. So Mr. Gayman, you've been following it also. You can also make your input on that. So I'd just like to stop there for now. Also, we have this video wherein a resident of the district number 4 community, where we hope to play that excerpt so people who are monitoring on the radio can listen to it, where he allegedly described the lawmaker of district number 4 as a thief, and then he's calling on the people of district number 4 to see how best they can gather themselves together to go to the lawmaker, because he's not doing anything for the people of district number 4 on a marker Thomas. So as a result of that, we also saw again from the people of district 6 in Lima County, where citizens are now blaming themselves for voting 2-term representative on that's on a Don Grievances, because they said they are now living on false promises. He's not doing what he promised the people of that district to do for them. So because he came the first year and then tried to do 1 or 2 development, and the people saw him to be that person who is going to lift them up from that place they are, to bring them to another level. But the lawmaker never saw it to be that way, and then he's not doing anything for the people. So let me play this audio I'm talking about. From this one is from district number 4, a resident of district number 4, where he's stressing on this issue about corruption and other stuff about the district lawmaker. So for those of you who are in district number 4, you can also take a listen to this. One of your citizens, one of the residents, laboring this allegation against the lawmaker. Take a listen to it.
I don't care where it's going. That's from my government of criminal. Do you have evidence? Millions of. I got more than 10, 15 evidence of criminal. Can you give some instances? Since you go in the horse, you are not taking pay. Yeah. You mean it? There's a lawmaker. That bro, he's a criminal. He go up on the time you're elected. He came and he said, I say you win the horse. He are not taking pay. He fasted. He levy power. But many are hailing back of Thomas, and you are here. That's what I mean. Something to Dopoh, because that when he do a development. Has he not worked for FDA or maybe surrounding communities in Bernard's farm? Coming? Has he not worked for FDA or surrounding communities in Bernard's farm? No way. Thomas, he's very wicked. Thomas, I stand to repeat myself. He's a criminal. You don't think you are too harsh? I want to be more harsh. I'm harsh. Yeah. The Thomas law the Bible error. The communication that you have received, you will talk on our behalf. So what happened yesterday, right after your protest actions? If you don't find redress in your presence, if we are doing that to draw the national government attention, like I said earlier, we not give the destroy. We came on a peaceful protest. We want to draw the national government attention, and then we need development in this community. What are some of the things you think they grow? Just example, they talk about FDA and they made each of them more than 1 million plus. How factual? Yeah. But they are all here to come here. And the motorcycle are not going to come up recently to close our homes. Yeah. You think FDA is an entity that is close with the responsibility of people? And FDA can help in the process. By what means? By advocating. They can advocate so that at least even the cement, the painting and what they go with cement, they can work here. Go to SC Copper Road, Peabody Road. Yeah, the left with Josie horse coming to get to police Gayman. The first up
You don't think it was right to go to public work instead of FDA?
We went to public work. Let me say this.
Okay.
And what was like I said, like I said, we just now woke up here to come here and then protest. We send written communication to public work, to FDA, and then to Makotomo. Not just one, not just two, not just three. Serious occasion. We send written communication. But the local candidate to be our witness. And we are here, we need the government. See our mothers, they are serving on the road. When car passing, us getting on the food or buying the water to eat, it's not safe for us. We need marketplace. We need marketplace.
How long does it exercise you think will last today? Because your presence here.
We are saying this. We are waiting for the chairman for us saying. If the chairman come to say, the owner will stop. If FDA address our issue, all the national government come and address our issue. If they come in, we keep that settled.
Why even not address?
We'll continue.
So since
that we stand to defend our rights.
Okay.
So, Mr. Gayman, that's one of the residents of District number 4. Just listen to him. So I'd like to turn the floor over to you. You can take over from there.
District number 4.
Monserrado County.
Monserrado County, he's talking about politicians coming and making flowery promises. He says the politician went and lied to them that since he been in power going, this is the 3rd year, he has not getting paid. He said he has not gotten paid. That's what this representative is telling his constituent. He has not gotten paid. If you want to believe your representative that he has not gotten paid since he got into office, that's what he says. That's what got our folks upset. And they are going national, going live. So here we are, Liberians, our folks are crying. So some folks are saying, all this what you're seeing, Supreme Court and all that, it is only meant to distract the Liberian people from their legitimate complaints. It makes no sense that with the amount of suffering we saw what happened at the campus of St. Teresa Convent, the abuse of our women, abuse of our girls, the sodomy or sodomizing of our boys by the powerful. I'm wondering whatever happened to Bonjala. Whatever happened to the young man that was sodomized almost to death? This, my friend, is a distraction. While we are going to discuss it, we are not going to allow some of the critical issues in our country to be watered down. Liberia was demoted at the AU. Liberia lost her spot at the AU. They don't want us to talk about it. Why was Liberia relegated from the top ranks of the AU? Someone just texted me, Mr. Gayman, you are a member of the CMC. If the CMC is grading this administration, according to this text here, if the CMC is grading or giving excellent mark to this government, so much so that it says that some of their ministers and their officials will remain if he became president. If this is so, why are you guys trying or attempting to replace Joseph Boakai when Joseph Boakai is doing a great job? That means there is no vacancy. That, I think, is based on what Ms. Myean Toby just talked about. I think the chair, the political leader of the CMC, was on a talk show. Myean talked to us exactly, because somebody just texted me, if a Musa ability, according to this text, if Musa ability is pleased with the information minister. Did you mention the information minister?
Yeah, he did mention about the information minister.
Great. And if you are pleased with the Minister of Public Works and another minister,
the Minister of Finance, the Foreign Affairs, rather.
Minister of Foreign Affairs, under whose regime we have some major blunders. As recently as last week, when Liberia was relegated at the AU, we lost respect on our local level. We lost respect at home. Yet, she was hailing our ascension to the non-voting membership at the UN, for which she danced, only for Liberia to be relegated again by the Trump administration. Welcome, Emmanuel Siafa from Sierra Leone. Thank you for tuning in. Under the leadership of this foreign minister, Liberia again, after she danced, Liberia was among 75 countries that was banned. Visa restriction. This is the minister whose accolades and her claim to fame is taking picture on the sidelines of events. I know she's a friend of this show. Everywhere she goes, she will post a picture. Here is a picture with me and Elon Musk on the side of the summit, on the sidelines of the summit. This is the foreign minister who told the Liberian people that no, we are not relegated at the AU. We deliberately and intentionally withdrew our membership or our candidature. The Minister of Information and Tourism, Cultural Affairs and Tourism, Jerome Gayman, is overseeing one of the most vulgar administration or ministries in the Republic. His Deputy Minister Sano, Daniel Sano, I think his name is, have been flagged for insulting, denigrating other professionals, other individuals in the Republic, something akin to, according to the Chief Justice, contempt. But he's being hailed as one of those, if power were to change hands, he will remain on the job because he's doing such a great job. This is what this person just texted me. So if the Ministry of Public Works is doing such an excellent job, if the Ministry of Information is doing such an excellent job under President Joseph Boakai, and the Foreign Ministry is doing such an excellent job under Joseph Boakai, then why would you want to replace Joseph Boakai? This is what this gentleman sent me. So that is the question, the $1 million question. The folks in District Number 4 are saying, these are our grievances based on 3 years of being in office. And the performance review of the District Number 4's representative is so bad that they have determined that he has no redeeming qualities, redeeming values for them. He is just another political talking head. It took a 5th grade dropout, according to himself. Maybe 6th grade, he says. He doesn't remember. Prophet Key. It took him to take on the Chief Justice and his cohort, the entire bench, to bring them down to his level. He accused the Chief Justice of corruption, and he listed why he believes so. He said, I am not a lawyer, but I know for sure that justices are not supposed to be engaged in commerce. He said, I know for a fact that the Chief Justice is building a hotel in Nima. That, he said, is against the law. It is conflict of interest. Surprisingly, though, the Chief Justice and the Supreme Court never mentioned that part of the speech. They never mentioned that aspect of his speech. Also, we want to talk about equal and fair representation under the law. Was Prophet Key ably represented? What was Prophet Key's defense? But the Chief Justice lawyer that also represented Prophet Key did absolutely nothing. But told him to go and plead guilty and put himself at the mercy of the court. That, my friend, in all honesty, in any serious nation, that particular lawyer will be sanctioned. That as it may, let's go to the AU where the president and his entourage are. Let me read briefly, hopefully we can do this tomorrow, but let me read this briefly about a letter called Dear Kwame.
Mr. Gayman, I think the guest is in the back, but they are facing some difficulty with that camera, so you can just tell them to put that camera on.
Okay.
Yeah, Maria.
Let me see where they are. They should have been around 5 o'clock.
Is this the person, right?
Yes.
Yeah, they need to work on a camera.
Okay, let me call. Hey, my people, they thing here. The technology thing here, nah? It ain't for all, eh?
You guys were the ones who born before technology. Okay, so for those of you just joining, you just keep following. We have roughly about 4 minutes up to 10 o'clock Liberia time. For those of you who are watching from the diaspora or wherever you're watching us live from, keep sharing the show. This is the closing argument show. I'm your Mr. Jerome Gayman, and my name is Myean D. Torgbean. We're hoping to be joined by the other folks to be coming on shortly. So, Mr. Gayman, if you come on, you will just take over. But keep sharing the show. Keep sharing the show here. So, Mr. Gayman, if you're ready, you can just let me know. But I think he's kind of busy. So
okay, let's go to Anthony's Dan. Mr. Dan, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Mr. Gayman. Thanks to our followers who follow in this evening. It's great to be on the show again this evening from the nation's capital. It's great to be here always.
Talk to me from the legislative branch of government, from our house, both houses. Talk to us what's happening, what's trending.
So the House of Representatives is no more. They're doing the work of the Liberian people. Last week there were major things that happened, including appearances, and two major appearances were made after a communication cited the appearance of the Education Minister and the Deputy Minister for Legal Affairs at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. They appeared before the House on last week, Thursday, and there are too many things. The House is cool. The Speaker and his guys are just on time, making sure the work of the Liberian people goes on very well.
Okay, now today we had something on the floor. Lawmakers fear backlash over this female genital mutilation bill. They say a renewed legislative efforts to formally eradicate female genital mutilation, widely known as FGM, have garnered intense debate within the House of Representatives. What do you know about this bill?
So that bill is before the House of Representatives. That bill came directly from the President of the Republic of Liberia, His Excellency President Joseph Boakai. to the House of Representatives for enactment into law. It's known as the Women and Girls Act of 2025, and that bill is currently under question. I'm talking about at the House of Representatives. The bill is on a pause because according to plenary, they cannot take a decision that reflects the culture or that affects the culture of the country. And so they will have to go back to their districts. And also the speaker said there have to be a country tour with traditional leaders, our mothers and fathers in the rural areas who are solely and wholly practicing our tradition, our culture. And so they will have to meet them, discuss with them, know what they want, before they come up with decisions. Just Thursday, like I said, the House also witnessed the arrival of several CSOs, several women organizations, international partners that are supporting the eradication of female genital mutilation. And so they appear not before plenary, but in the chamber of the House of Representatives, before the Committee on Gender that is being chaired by Bon County District State Representative Honorable Myean Briggs Mensah. And that section it highlighted their accomplishment, how far they've gone in making sure they reach counties across Liberia to talk with traditional leaders and convince them that female genital mutilation is not good. It hurts the girl, it hurts the woman. It's not just good for our culture, and so we should eradicate. And so they were in the chamber on Thursday. They gave their presentation, how far they've gone according to them. They visited 5 counties with support from Ireland, the European Union, the government of Sweden, and the rest of the other partners. They are receiving fundings to support this initiative. The bill is currently before the House of Representatives, but it has not been acted upon. Once lawmakers return from their constituency after closed door conversation with the leaders in the districts, there will be talks again about this bill, whether it will be enacted as an act and forwarded to the Senate for concurrence before being passed into law. So we await the plenary, we await legislators who has the power to make this a law to eradicate FGM from our culture.
Great. And here it says, you see what we are talking about here, it is not, this is what we are talking about when we say the country is in a state of decadence when it comes to morals, when it comes to logic. Here it says for the lawmakers, this is not for they are not doing it for women. They are not doing it for the culture. They're doing it for their own survival. And part of it says here, for the lawmakers who are in this district, the issue extends beyond framework of standard public health or human rights bills. They argue that this discussion surround the elimination of FGM carry profound traditional and political implications, particularly for lawmakers representing predominantly indigenous communities where the practice of law being part of their cultural roots, they stand to lose their job. So this is not about talking about what is right or what is wrong. They are talking about the survivorship of their livelihood, keeping their job. They don't care what happened to women as long as they keep their job. This is what they are saying here. What was your experience? Because I saw the team from the European Union accompanied them to validate that the consultation, the fervor, the language, the body language of those they are dealing with, that they were legit, they were free of coercion, and they said the turnout was beautiful. People from all around the country came. So wow, what else do these people want when they are talking about we have to go back into the bushes to talk to the souls? Talk to me. What is the rationale behind besides their jobs?
So one person who is strongly saying they have to reach to their constituent before coming up with a decision about whether they're going to add this into a law or not is Lofa County District 5, I think, Representative Siafa Poto. He's the co-chair on the committee on. He's a co-chair on the committee on gender at the House of Representatives, and so when the ladies, the women appeared in the chamber, he was one person who said he don't even want to talk about that because he doesn't have the morals as a lawmaker who was elected by traditional people to talk about that. Too many lawmakers have said outside the chamber that act is against the culture. In fact, the act is trying to bring an end to what is being seen as an inherited a heritage from our ancestors, things that we were born in, things that we came in, we saw, we practice. Now people are coming out to say this thing is not good, it is not right, in fact it is bad for us, we should eradicate it. So they're saying there are people who elected them, and so the people who elected them will be the ones affected if they pass this act into law from the president to the Constitution of Liberia. So they're saying we need time to go back to our districts to talk to our citizens whether they think this act is important, whether they agree. If they do not agree, then the lawmakers do not agree. So that's one of the key reasons behind going back to the district to talk to them, to talk to the people about, this act. They want to get the consent and the approval of the.
Well, for those our folks who are considered cowards, when it comes to women and the degradation of women, we blame our culture. I say they are cowards. And I want to talk to my brother from Riverside County, Representative Steve Tikwa, who say genital mutilation is our cultural inheritance. I say you are a coward. Representative Tikwa, you are uninformed. You are doing this to keep your job. There have been many things when you listen. There was a documentary this week on, ladies and gentlemen, we got our guests here. We'll talk, but let me end this topic. I saw a documentary on the gentleman that I guess they call him General Butt Naked. And General Butt Naked said to the folks that he did the heinous things because culturally it was accepted to sacrifice human beings and to eat them alive. But the last time I checked, nowhere in Liberia have we endorsed cannibalism. It's not everything that forms part of our culture is acceptable and should be maintained. So Steve, my brother from Grand Bassa County or Riverside County, Steve Tikwa, I tell you, you are a coward. Address the issue. Don't hide behind culture. But that's another story. Let me welcome our guest. I am Jerome Gayman, share this show. Say in your comments, today is President's Day in the United States. If you have a president that you find or you read about, you are fond of, let me know who is your best president, your favorite president, and we will discuss. Let me welcome our guest, Pilot Reto. I think I remember that voice. I remember that name. I remember that face. Welcome to you.
And I think I remember that name and I remember that voice as well. How are you, Mr. Gayman?
Happy New Year to you and welcome to the show.
Happy New Year to you too. It's good to see you again after a long time.
Absolutely, absolutely. Introduce your partners here and tell us why you are here so we can dive into why you are here. I heard you doing some great stuff.
Yes, so I am part of the CAFO. CAFO is Care Afrique.
Okay.
Canada Afrique Care Foundation. And we
I hope you're not driving. You got to pull off because are you driving?
I'm not driving. I'm at a stand place.
Good, good. Go
I'm
ahead.
in the car, but I'm not driving.
Beautiful. Go ahead.
Yeah, so we are from Canada Afrique Care Foundation, and we are a team, and I'm part of the team. We're supposed to have our first international conference launching in Canada. The CEO is here with us. His name is Mr. Tamba Kokoy, and we have our HR who is Essie, and we also have our mental health professional. I don't see her in the back. She said she was. Her name is Mariah. Do you have anybody else beside us? She said she's in the back.
Okay. Okay. There you go. We have
Okay, there
Maria
she go.
Amato.
Yes.
Okay. There you go.
Right. So yes, this is my team, and we are here, and the CEO will explain more in details about where Canada Afrique Care Foundation is all about. But
Excellent.
it's good to
Excellent.
see you. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. I see Elsie, will you come on camera, please? Okay, while we wait for Elsie, let me go to Maria. Maria, welcome to the show.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I can't. My camera is not, I'm sorry. I'm currently using my computer.
Okay, so you can't hear me?
No, I can hear you, but I cannot come on camera. It's two different things.
Okay, then let me go to Maria. Maria, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Talk to me a little bit about Maria. Who is Maria?
Okay, well, I am a social worker, and I have 19 years experience in the field. I have worked with youth protection and in clinics, and now I have my own clinic, which is called West Island Mental Health. It's located in the West Island. And I'm very excited to be part of CACFO in the facilitation aspect of mental health and developing training for the field of mental health.
Excellent. Maria, do me a favor, share this show on your platform, in your rooms, in your chat rooms, in your groups. Let me go to Elsie. Elsie, how you doing there, young lady?
I'm fine. And you?
Great. Hopefully you can have your camera fixed. Talk to us, introduce yourself to our audience, and who are you and what is it you do, and what attracted you to this organization?
So thank you so much, and thank you for the opportunity once again to be here. My name is AC Kou Dagadu. I'm the HR consultant for CAFO and also the chief organizer for the upcoming first global conference and official launch in April. So mainly I've been in human resource over 14 years or so. My work have always been focused on building strong institutions and creating creating platforms as well that just bring leaders, professionals, and change makers together to shape our workforce. So that's just a brief introduction who I am. I'm sure when we proceed more, you'll get to know me better.
Great. Before I go to the CEO, ladies and gentlemen, share this show, send in your comment. Today is President's Day. Tell me who your favorite president is. I'm not talking about the Republic of Liberia. I'm talking about the U.S. Tell us who is your favorite president and why. We want to say thank you to Archie George. He's tuning in from Zoedru, Grand Jetty. Thank you very much. So Mr. Siafa tuning in from Sierra Leone. Mr. Harmer tuning in from Kansas City. There you go. There we go. Monserrato County, District number 13. Grand Bassa County is in the house. We got a lot of guys turning in, turning information. Let me go down to Mr. Tama, the CEO of CAFO. Mr. Tama, welcome to the show. You are muted.
Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Jerome Gayman. I'm sorry for the pronunciation.
It's all right.
Yes. I'm honored it's a pleasure being on your platform. And I want to say thank you to your team. I'm Tamba A. Koko from Canada, Montreal, to be precise. I happens to be the CEO for Canada Africa Foundation. So I'm a Liberian. I hail from Lofa County. Over 15 years as strategic advocate when it comes to mental health in education, child development, and the rest of it. So Canada Africa Foundation is a non-for-profit organization headquartered in Quebec, Canada, and the aim and objective for the foundation is to focus on mental health gaps where applicable across Canada and Africa. So right on the platform, our team members have already introduced themselves, but for the purpose of more clarity, I will just use this time to reintroduce them one at a time. We have the human resource consultant, and the human resource consultant also happens to be the head of the steering committee for the event for April 17 to the 19th of this year. So we also have Mrs. Pale Reto. She happens to be the head of the fundraising committee. We also have Madam Maria Amato. Madam Maria Amato is the CEO for West Island Mental Health Care Center in Canada. So not only being the CEO for her own institution in Canada, but with CACFO, she is our mental health care partner, let's say consultant, when it comes to all of our training across Canada and Africa. So the purpose of being on the show tonight, again, is an honor, right? Because mental health initiative is everyone's interest. It's everyone's business. And our mental health care initiative is no boundaries and no cross. All right. So I will just stop here for now. If you have a question or concern, I'm available. Thank you, sir. Thank you again for giving us the opportunity.
Excellent, excellent. Let me get right to it. Maria, when those are outside of your study and your practice, when you say mental health, we think you crazy. Am I crazy?
Well, you see, I think the word crazy is subjective, right? It's not very objective. And mental health, when we talk about conditions, they are more objective. There's assessments, there's a way to diagnose, to see, does someone suffer from depression or anxiety or bipolar or many of the other possibilities in terms of mental health. But it's also on a more smaller scale as well, where individuals who may not have mental illnesses do suffer from mental health on a lesser extreme scale, right? Like stress and burnout and perhaps the difficulties of day-to-day life.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, you are talking to professionals here. Those of us on the outside, when we hear mental health, we think something is seriously wrong with you. Like me, I'm afraid of height, right? So when my wife and I go on vacation, I don't go on the 10th floor, 15th floor. She said, let's take a hotel. We're in New York. She want to go here on the 24th. I said, honey, I'm not crazy. It is just a phobia that is there. I'm not. So when we're talking about mental health, you don't have to be crazy in our African sense or in the layman term. Anything that bothers you, grief, all of these things, are those also in that category of mental health?
Yes, it is. Grief and difficulties with having financial difficulties, struggles, being a single parent. I mean, anything can in any aspect there can be relief from getting support and getting help.
Thank you. Let me go to Etsy. Etsy, talk to me about the myths. I'm talking about me now. I'm in our group, the myths about mental health.
Yeah, I like the way you keep pointing to yourself.
Oh yeah, I'm part of it.
Part of the group. The last time I was on the show, and I said all of us have mental health issues. All of us, including myself, including everyone that on the show, have a mental health issue, right? So mental health, I think when you say it, I'm currently based in Liberia, and usually when you say that, people take it as an offense, and someone can look completely fine, but still they feel overwhelmed inside, right? Anxious or even emotionally drained. That's mental health, right? Or take someone who goes through a loss or struggle, maybe a grief. That's mental health. Or even sleep. Maybe some people don't sleep. You want to, but you just got so much on your mind, you don't sleep. Relationships, that also mental health. At the end of the day, I just think mental health is not a weakness. I always tell people that it's just a normal part of being human. And it just deserves some attention that gave our physical health what is needed. And this is where CAFO comes in. So I would just come back to the Liberian context. This is where I find myself being a Liberian, right? Mental health can even being a single mother, I don't think that's a mental health issue. I just think that all those different examples I just gave the platform, that's mental health. Mental health can look like a mother who is carrying no responsibility, right? And maybe having some financial, I think someone made reference to financial constraint, that mental health. Just forgetting the host name, I think you made reference to heart. And you have fear of heart. That's mental health. So another example is just the young people who go through the Civil War. I keep on making reference to my context. This is where I can relate to more. Even the Ebola period that we had in Liberia here, some of them still struggle with fear, right? Or painful memories like losing loved ones during those years. And they still find it hard to even trust people, even stay calm in stressful situations. That's also mental health. Even today with the high cost of living, like in our economy, like we're one of the poorest country, but very expensive to live in. Job, in unemployment in Liberia, being a human resource, I see that every day. You see some of a PhD and they will just need a job, and you want to pay them because they just need something to do. That's mental health. So many people, including myself, including all of you on this show, we silently deal with stress, but we don't talk about it. So mental health is really about our inner struggle that we carry every day. And I think talking about it with someone will also help us to overcome some of those fears, some of those stress and other things of such. So I just thought it wise just to bring it into my context and just make it clear to the audience that mental health is not a weakness, it's not a sickness. It's just a normal day thing that we all go through as human beings. And once you live in, you experience it. But how do we address the issue? I think that's where CAFO comes in.
Excellent. Let me welcome the queen of our talk show here, Sarah Dopoh. Sarah, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gayman. And I also want to say thanks to our guests on the platform and also to our following audience. Mr. Nagbe, I'm going to say thank you. Myean, thank you so much. I'm excited to be on here and to listen to what CAFCO has to offer, our people and how all of us can be a part of it. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Let me welcome Honorable Victor G. Nagbe. Mr. Nagbe.
Hey, Mr. Gayman.
Welcome to the show.
Thank you, Chief. It's good to be here. And
Let me also welcome our guest in the studio. Sarah, it's good to see you again. Myean, how are you? And so thank you all very much for coming. We're discussing mental health. Let me ask you, does every mental health require treatment? Because it's starting to sound like you, at some point in time, you go through it more or less like a phase, and you come out of it. Some people do, some people don't. So is every mental health a treatable problem, or sometimes we just ride with it, for lack of good expression?
Palo, Ms. Tour, can you chime in on that one?
You're muted.
You are muted. There you go.
Yes, I heard his question. Mental health, it is treatable in many ways. Sometimes they use, depending on how chronic it is. You can use medication to treat it. Sometimes you can use cognitive behavior therapies, mental to treat it. Sometimes you can use it by just having session with the person as an intervention to do some therapeutic conversation with them. Depending on the stage of what it is, it can be treated either by medication or by CBT, cognitive behavior therapy.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. CEO, talk to me a little bit about, are you into the field, or you just an administrator? Because I don't want you people sending you questions that has to do with the folks. Are you into the field, or you just an administrator? You are muted.
Sorry. So I'm in a capacity of both. I can say I can give you assurance on that.
Good.
So because though being a professional, most especially when it comes to mental health, it's not something that you can just graduate from college, even earning a master's degree, and then you just become a psychologist, or you become a mental health specialist, right? You must have gone through the training and all of that. So, but yes, I stay in both capacities, and I'm available for whatever question comes
Okay.
to me. So, yeah.
Great. So let's talk about. Do you have a flyer for your upcoming event that we can put up briefly?
Right. Sure. Yeah.
Okay. Did you send it to us already?
Yes, Sarah should have some flyers that I sent her already.
Okay.
If
On
not,
my
I can send it again.
Okay, Myean, if you have the flyer for the upcoming event, the launch, please display it intermittently. Okay, Mr. CEO, let me go to you. What is it that you're gonna be serving in Liberia? Just the diaspora.
Okay. Thank you. So, for the sake of the audience, again, especially our host that just joining us, I will just re-echo on the focal point when it comes to CACFO. So, Canada Africa Foundation, in short, we say CACFO. So, CACFO is a non-for-profit organization registered with the government of Quebec and federal at large. So we are here to initiate mental health care programs through education, community development, and also like student exchange program and the rest of it. But most importantly, I will just speak directly to your question that you just asked. So we are operating in both Canada and Africa, not only Canada. And how do we implement activities or initiative outside of Canada is through the focal ministry. All right. Like for instance, the health ministry. So we have already initiate uh, an agreement with the Ministry of Health in Liberia, though we are still in the formalities of concluding the MOU with the Ministry of Health in Liberia. And the same thing goes to Sierra Leone. So those are two countries right now that we have already extended our activities where we will initially start implementing our activities when it comes to mental health. So it's
Excellent.
not only Canada.
Great. Maria, let's talk about telemedicine. I'm in Liberia. I know you have Mrs. Dagadu in Liberia, but I'm in Florida, and I wanted to access your services. Can you do e-medicine, telemedicine to help me out?
We do provide in the West Island Mental Health Clinic, we do provide virtual services, online services as well. At the moment, we are servicing Quebec, the province of Quebec.
Okay. For now.
For now.
Okay. Let me go to Kau. You in Monrovia, and I have a lot of relatives and friends, that many of whom went through the war, and they are now having children. I believe that no matter how long it takes, people still need to get consultation, to talk, to have some level of services. Are you available to the folks in Liberia you were called upon? EC, are you still there?
I was talking, but then I forgot I have muted myself.
Okay, so you were talking to yourself.
Apparently, in the dark in the house, yeah.
That's not mental health, is it?
That sometimes it can be.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sometimes it can be, but that's a good question, and I
I
like the
think the
fact that you
network
brought it.
is.
Go ahead.
You can hear me,
Yeah.
CEO?
So I will just respond.
No, but I can hear her. She's on now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
go ahead, man.
Okay. So yes, I would say in Liberia, especially for the role that my profession being a human resource, usually for my staff, like I said earlier, mental health can just be that you just burn out. Sometimes people work on hours and they just need to get some rest. So we do provide sometimes one-on-one consultation with my staff sometimes. It's just unfortunately we don't have some of those services within Liberia that is very active. But me being a human resource, I do that with my staff, with friends. My focus is just being more practical, not just the theory like reading the book and other things of such. How can I be more precise? Sometimes I just feel that people just need to be strong. Sometimes people just need to have someone to talk to, that you can give a real life scenario, not just what the book is saying, but sometimes just sharing your experience with that person, knowing what they are going through at the time can also help. I think Mrs. Stowe mentioned earlier, sometimes it's not just medical. Sometimes it's counseling. Sometimes it's just one-on-one discussion that you will notice that that's all the person need. So yes, we don't really have those services active in Liberia. but we have few people that did counseling, and we usually use them. We have, like for instance, most of my staff will have like regional offices. We'll have people to do virtual, like online counseling with them. But this is something that we wish we can have ready in Liberia, physical than just online. But we're working towards it. I think this is where CAFO is coming in, not just to limit it in the Western world, but also across Africa as well.
Excellent. Let me go to Mr. Nagbe. Mr. Nagbe, question for either. I think Ms. To is no, the CEO is next. Then Ms. To, Mrs.
Mr. Jeru, can I add something to what she just said?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yes, sometimes, like I said earlier, it can be depending on the level of it. It can be medication or some form of therapy, but sometimes too, life adjustments can make it work for you. If you have if you are doing certain things that you know is not good for your health, if you make that correct adjustment, then it probably will not escalate to a serious mental health problem. So I'm giving you an example. If you're smoking a lot, and we know that smoking, will make a difference in your lungs. If you make that life adjustment, then you don't have to go through that, and probably you don't need medication. The same thing with obesity. So in addition to the treatment and in addition to the treatment and the medication, you can make some life adjustment too.
Okay. Are you looking at me and saying you talking about obesity? You kind of talking to me there. I know I got to drop few pounds.
No, Mr. Gayman, I'm not talking to you.
I know I got to drop few pounds. So, Victor, go ahead. Question for the CEO.
Yeah. Thank you again. So Coco, let me come to you. You and the team. I know you say you just started a relationship with Liberia and Africa, Sierra Leone, and other parts. So that's good. That would have been my question, and I will come back to the process. But let's talk a little bit more about stressors. I hear Ms. Stoll. She's talking about stressors that could be avoided. So I will call those maybe self-induced stressors. But what about those stressors that let's be specific with Liberia. Some of the stressors are really beyond the victims, if I should say victim, or maybe patient or the sufferer, beyond their capacity to do something about. If you're smoking, you can decide to quit. You can do something about that. But some of our stressors, lack of employment, lack of capacity to sustain yourself, feed yourself. So all of these kind of stressors. So this person is not really sick, but they're going through a real mental pain because they're being exposed to stresses that are actually outside beyond their capacity to ameliorate. So do you have a plan on dealing with such stressors? Because I think you'll find a lot of them in the region as you go into West Africa or Africa in general.
Yes. So thank you very much. And I will just start by saying that the mental health care program is such a very big, is very huge when it comes to the interventional aspect, right? So when it comes to the way forward, how to address some of these issues, so I will consider in Liberian context, right? So Liberia today, as we speak, right, we have 10%, 10 to 20% population, all right, when according to WHO analysis and looking at the average, let's say 130,000 people facing serious mental health issues, even when it comes to the suicide. Sometimes you hear, say, in Liberia, somebody die, and then they trying to do whatever follow up to know what is the purpose of the death and all of that. So sometimes it's not so much like the person kill himself or kill herself. It derived from some of the issues that you just raised, right? Someone having let's say a family man who in Liberia rather, because I'm in Canada. All right. So someone in Liberia heading a family of 10 with no job. You woke up in the morning, you turn around, you see your kids. That alone create a serious, serious problem when it comes to your health. All right. And most men today in Liberia, a lot of things happen. They don't voice it out. They keep it to themselves. That create depression. All right. That alone put yourself in a situation that will undermine the mind, the focus, the ability to do things rightly. And there where you see the day-to-day reactions in the street of Monrovia, in the street of Pinsville, in the street of Buchanan, and elsewhere. So how do we engage these communities or localities? Is through the Ministry of Health, right? Because this is where we thought it wise to partner with the Ministry of Health because they have all of the statistics. Because the time it will take us to go to Liberia and start to do evaluation, getting our own database and all of that. Sometimes we have a time frame, like as we are non-for-profit. Let's take, for instance, we have a specific project to execute in a specific time frame. Obviously, we have to deliver within that time frame. So we will not go there and maybe start from all over. We have to pass through the right channel and they will provide us the right information and also based on what we have. Because our mental health approach, when it comes to finding solution to the problem, it's not just going in the community and talking to people one-on-one. So we have different form of counselings, right? We have different form of counseling. We have individual counseling. We have group counseling, right? The individual counseling is where you will meet the client one-on-one. The group counseling is where we create the aspect of where section or in a let's say a large audience where you have 2 or more people or 50 persons where you can talk to them. And also we have the community-based approach where we have already that on part of our plan where we'll relocate people. Because you just made mention of, I just doing a follow-up on your previous statement when you were in New York and you find yourself in a big building and stuff like that. So when you relocating you're relocating your client from one environment to another environment, you don't necessarily sometimes have to voice it out to talk to them, but just by relocating them, that alone, you have found a solution to their problem. All right. And also having an educational program telling them what to do, what not to do when it comes to their daily activities and all of that. So we have different formalities when it comes to the mental health approaches within the 2 countries. But as I said, we will have to definitely go through the 2 ministries of health, and then they will provide us the database, what they have, and how we'll go about to engage the process.
Let me quickly hold you there to remember, Jerome. Sorry, you said something about 10 to 20%. Do you mean the population? Because then you'll be talking instead of 130,000, you'll be talking about 500,000 to maybe 1 million. 20% of a 5.5 million people is over, you know, a million. Is that a magnitude of what you're sensing, or did you misspeak when you said 100,000 to 130,000?
Yeah, so I'm quoting from the WHO statistic when it comes to
Which one are you
mental,
going with? Are you going with the percentage, or are you going with the number?
the percentage.
So then you're talking over a million people. I just want
Right,
to make sure, as you're going in, you have a full appreciation of the magnitude of what you're going into.
right,
So
right.
yes, so a million would be more like, all right, thank you.
Yes,
I
sir. You're
just
welcome, sir.
I want to add up to what Tama just spoke about, given the fact that I am in Liberia, and the context of mental health and how CAFO can come into support.
We have any follow-up
Um,
question?
yes.
Yeah,
Can you
yes,
hear me?
yes. I think Tama is not hearing. Tama, yes. Kawu is on the.
Oh, okay.
She's
Oh,
good.
okay.
Go
Okay.
ahead.
Okay.
So I think it said Victor Nambe just said he was talking about percentage and numbers. So I would just be objecting and they say all of us in Liberia were effective. So I don't know how you want to grade that on percentage or number. But in Liberia, many people, I think I said that earlier before you joined the show, many people carry invisible scars. I can speak it from economic hardship to unemployment to the past national crisis we have in Liberia, the civil conflict, and even the Ebola outbreak I spoke about before you joined the show. And these experiences, honestly speaking, I think all of us, even you based in America, but I can tell you might have experienced one of those civil wars I'm speaking about, that sometimes when you sit, you reflect, they don't just disappear. It still have some kind of impact on you. When I'm driving on the street and and I hear a tire bust, the first thing that comes to mind is to find a place to hide. I think there's a gun coming. It sounds funny, but these are trauma that people still carry, right? It just often leave emotional and even psychological scars that people quietly live with every day in Liberia. So that's why I answer your question to say I'm not going by percentage. I'm not even going by numbers. I'm going as a Liberian who live here day to day and see how all of us in this country get affected. In our culture, many are thought to be strong, meaning the men. Even when men are molested, that's mental health. But how will he come up to speak about in Liberia? Say, my man, you man, be strong, keep moving. But these are things that we need to address in our culture. And I would tell you, how can okay, the truth is to be honest, the silent suffering in Liberia is real in our society. Many people are functioning, they're smiling, they're showing up daily at work, but internally, right? If you just have a 1 minute or 2 minute discussion with them, they are exhausted. There are so much that going on with them that let me use a quick scenario, then I will just conclude here. There's a lady at the University of Liberia. She was a former professor, I think back in the 80s, even before I was born or whatever. And now she's mentally, I would say, I don't think she's crazy because she was not born crazy. But during the Civil War, her whole family was slaughtered in front of her. Paul tie her hand, tie her feet, put her husband on her lap, slaughter his neck, put her son on her lap, slaughter his neck, and her whole family get right in front of her. That's a living scenario I'm giving you. Now, do you honestly think that she will be mentally stable like you and I? No. So she's quiet, she's very clean at the university, but you won't know her story till you sit with her or till somebody tells you this was the former professor at the University of Liberia. That's how the mental issue in Liberia is not by percentage. I will be very objective with you. We all, even you that's sitting there, Nambi, that just asked that question, I'm sure you got affected one way and another during the civil war. So how can CAFO support mental health? I think that was one of your follow-up questions. And as an institution, not because I supported CAFO as an HR because I saw the mental health need in Liberia. So I'm not being paid. I volunteer my services to support them. The institution committed to people, I think CAFO is very holistic when it comes to well-being. And it's not just Ministry of Health. So CAFO can lead the national conversation. And what we're doing right now on your platform, we're speaking about mental health. I consider that as what? Community, awareness, right? The conference that is coming up, which I hope we can divert this conversation into and speak more about the upcoming conference and the public dialogues, because we'll have panelists at that conference as well. We'll be discussing mental health. That's another awareness and public education on mental health. Community awareness when it comes to program. That's another ways and means that CAFO is supporting by what having different programs in Sierra Leone, in Liberia, and I'm hoping that we will expand with the support of our fellow Liberians and all those who believe in the same objective. I honestly feel with the holistic approach that CAFO have, this will help reduce the stigma and encourage people to seek help and not shy, and not being afraid to speak about it. Like I told you, we all have mental health issue. No one here is excluded when it comes to mental health. So these are just a ways and means that I know that CAFO can support, and with this, and knowing that the CEO, which is Mr. Tamba Kokor, is a Liberian but based in Canada. This is a great approach, knowing that he's from Liberia and how he can support his people back home and in other African countries as well. I'm tired that when some of my staff, when they break down, they're having stress at home or marital issues, family issues, and we have to have counseling online, right? We got it visual, like what Maria just said. To me, that's not effective. Then or in person, face-to-face dialogue, where you can relate to the person. So I will just stop here for now and say,
Well,
hey.
yeah, AC, thank you. And thank you so much. I like that you're talking holistic. And I really didn't, I hope I didn't come across as trying to portray us against them kind of situation. That's basically, I agree with you. All of us, this is relative. So I just wanted to, I was just registering because I think Tamba was calling a number which I thought was far less than what could be. So yeah, I agree with you. All of us here, it's really is inclusive. So thank you very much for the
Yes,
clarification.
yes.
Okay, now let me go. Let's thank you for the notice. Let's go into the upcoming event. Let me go to Maria. Maria, real quick. I got two friends here. One is they are both doctors, MDs. One,
Jerome, could you please tell Maya to put a flyer up? Sarah dropped it in the chat room with Maya can.
Okay. On Myean, please put on the flyer. We'll put it on before you leave. But one is a geriatrics and one is a pediatrics, right? And I asked the lady. I said, what's the difference? Why? She's the other guy said, I love my job. And the pediatrician says, Jerome, the reason I went into pediatrics is not for the money. It's because I like to see the fruit of my labor. He says, I've been doing this, and children that I delivered 20 years ago, I'm seeing them graduating from college. So it makes me feel good. That's my motivation. What is your motivation for going to mental health?
Well, thank you for asking me that, because mental health is really, it means something so much to me. It touches me on a personal level in my family. So that's number one. And number two, I think to be able to help and inspire someone in their life and make a difference and help watch them go through a transition and a transformation, and to be a part of that is really gives my life purpose and meaning. So
let's talk about the event. Well, let me go to the CEO. Mr. CEO, let's talk about the event. The setup, who, where, and how, and who's going to be involved.
Mr. Gayman, can I say something before CEO come on? Before
Yes,
we
go ahead,
go
ma'am.
further?
Go ahead.
I know that the HR have spoken about a lot of things that have happened in our country that could create a trauma. That's why it is so needed that we need some form of rehabilitations in our country. We need rehabilitation centers so these people that have such trauma, in addition to whether they need to be medicated or they just need some type of psychosocial therapy, just talk conversation, or if they need adjustment. But like she said, if somebody killed your mom and your father in front of you, or took your children away, or rape your kids, you know, this is something that you will live for forever. You hear the gun sound when they tie your pop, or somebody is doing firecracker for July 26th. You would think that it's a gun sound. So CAFO in this sense will have a better will have a better place in Liberia to be able to institute those things, like a rehabilitation center. I know we have some of them in Liberia, but rehabilitation center will be very, very good, and CAFO will bring those things to place in Liberia, because medication now is so expensive, but there will be so many ways, so many avenues that we can help our children who are going through much trauma, going through the trauma.
Excellent. Mr. CEO, let's go. We got about 10 minutes here. Let's go over the event. Where, when, who's going to be involved? Are you going to be dealing with the general public? Are we dealing with children? Talk to us about the event.
All right, thank you. So the event is set for April 17th to the 19th. So, of course, it will be held in Montreal, Quebec. So we are focusing on nurses. When it comes to the participant, we are focusing on nurses, community leaders, police officers, correction officers, social workers, academic counselors, and you just name them. So that just tells you that mental health is everywhere in the society. So those are the groups of people that we'll be focusing on. So we have different speakers from across Canada and Africa. So we have one, Dr. John Simpson will be our chief launcher from Johns Hopkins University in the US. He will be serving as our chief launcher. We have a few speakers, one of them from the Nagbe University, the president for the Nagbe University, Dr. Joseph Asik. He will also be joining us. He's one of the speakers. So we also have Dr. Andy Kwa. He's from the Carleton University in Ottawa. He will also be one of the speakers. So we also have a few other professionals from Sweden, from UK, and also in Canada, we have our mental health care training consultant. As you can see, she all set. She always available. She right here on the platform.
Yeah.
And we also have a lot of professionals. Let's start with ourselves, right? Mrs. Stowe is right there. Mrs. Stowe, from that background of mental health, she's well seasoned. And we have a couple of folks from the US. Of course, I may not call everybody's name right now, but those are things that we'll be focusing on, because the purpose of this is to making sure that we have a diverse aspect of mental health when it comes to our program. And then, of course, we have the head of the steering committee. Although she's not a mental health practitioner, but the passion she has for mental health, that alone giving everyone the momentum to work collectively to making sure that we are on path. And we also have a senior veteran on board. In fact, she's one of the board members for the Canada Africa Care Foundation. She happens to be the former health minister of Liberia, Dr. Jala. She also one of the backbone when it comes to even our first project that we are expecting to implement anytime soon. So we have all of these folks, some of them, as I said, from the private sector. We have other consultants from UNDP, from WHO, you just name them. So the aspect of Canada Africa Care Foundation, we are really proud and we really appreciate all of our professionals who are putting all of their time making sure that the program is successful.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we have run out of time. We'll ask Ms. Maria to give us 1 minute of her patent comment. Ms. Maria.
Yes. So just to add, the training, the facilitation it's based on the World Health Organization Mental Health Gap Action Program. And it's based on, bridging the gap and between mental health needs and available care. And it's designed for non-specialized frontline workers, just like the CEO was discussing, nurses, social workers, police officers, and community outreach workers. And it's very, very exciting. Thank you for having me on the show. I'm honored to be here.
Great. Hopefully you can come back. Ms. To, your parting comment, 1 minute.
Yes, I just want to say thank you for having us here. I believe that CAFO will do well with Canada and Africa and Liberia included. And we have one of the prestigious chief launcher who is going to be coming from Johns Hopkins. His name is Dr. Simpson. So we are all looking forward to that. We're also going to be having mental health books on sale. And 50% of the cost will go towards CAFO. So please try to support us, even by you having us on this.
Okay, AC, 1 minute.
Yes, thank you all so much for having me and for my team on this call. It's 11:01 p.m. to tell my passion about mental health. Meaning for Liberia and Africa, this conference that is coming up, I think it should be a statement for us that our voices, our talent, our ideas just belong on one global stage. So CAFO is not just launching an organization, we're also launching a moment of platform for collaboration, innovation, empowerment. Our website, we encourage everybody to go. Registration is ongoing. Wherever part of the world you're coming from, go and register so you can have an invitation sent out to you. This will be a wonderful event of diversity, and we'll learn more about mental health. So I see you all in April.
Thank you. Mr. CEO, I know you got to close out. You got 1 minute. I know April 17 in Quebec, we are going to be having a great time in Montreal. Tell me, your party, come and let us know what is it we're going to do. We're not just going to be talking business. Are we going to have some social gathering or anything of sort? Anything? Or you're just going to be all work and no play?
Yeah, so we will be having a panel discussions. As I said, we have professionals from across Canada and Africa that will be discussing mental health issues. And after that, we are also planning to do a sightseeing visit in just around within Quebec. That will be after the official launch, which will be on Sunday.
Great.
But initially, I just want to say thank you so much to all of the viewers, the audience, and also to your platform. Uh, on behalf of the board of directors and our distinguished professionals, I just want to say a very big thank you for hosting us, and I appreciate you. I hope and pray that you continue to give us this platform to support our mental health care initiative. Thank you.
Yeah, please give us a telephone number. How do we contact you?
Okay, so
number, email address, social media page.
Yeah, so we can reach our website.
Why are you doing that? People are asking if they wanted to make a contribution. How do they do that?
Yes, if they want to make contribution, that's what I'm saying. Where, how, your telephone number, email address, your social media handles. How do we get in touch with you?
Okay, so the website, if you go on the website, we have the donation portion there. If you want to make a donation, you want to make you want to support. The website is www.cacafo.org. That's the website. Again, the website is www.cacafo.org. That's the website. And our email is info@cacafo.org. Our telephone number, the number is 438. It's both on WhatsApp. So it's 438-368-7886. Again, the telephone number is 438-368-7886.
And the social media handles.
Yes, the social media. Yes, we have a Facebook platform as well.
Okay.
The Facebook platform is Canada Africare Foundation. That's the Facebook platform, Canada Africare Foundation.
Great, great. Thank you very much. We're going to highlight. I think we have a flyer of yours here. We're going to highlight it and wish you all the luck. Come back, tell us. Let's do some after. I know we're doing it before. Let's do the after evaluation, see how it went, and let's stay in touch.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and God bless.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Bye-bye.
Okay. Honorable Nagbe, let's do the let's start with the evaluation here. Your thought on you know, when you hear these things.
You forgot about me in the whole thing,
Oh, but you see, I thought you were sleeping. Anyway,
I'm not sleeping. My iPad went dead, so I had to switch.
Oh, okay, okay. Well, the Queen, you know, our folks here, everybody trying to do something about our folks. You are into the healthcare profession. I know you will come very handy. Are you part of this group or attending or?
Well, I'm not part of the group, but I am very much interested in the group, and I also want to thank Madam To. She got in contact with me and asked if they could come on the platform to, you know, create awareness for their program. And I said, well, let me get in touch with you guys, and thankfully you guys accepted them. I'm so grateful for that, and I'm hoping to contribute towards this program because, you know, Mr. Gayman, everything, like they said, mental health issue is something that everybody struggle with. It depends on the stage of it, you know, of everybody is different, but the smallest issue of mental health can either destroy a family, a person, or, you know, depending on the cure they will get or the support will make that person a better person. So if it comes to our country, Liberia, with the kind of things that our people, all of us went through the Civil War and all of that, people are still traumatized. People go through a lot of things every day. Some people don't know where to turn and all of that. So mental health issue is something that is very important to all of us. So I really, really hope, you know, by the grace of God, to contribute and to follow the program and hopefully be a part of it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. For some reason, there's a lot of people trending in from Grand Jetta. For Grand Jetta, Zoedru.
That's good.
Yeah, people from Sierra Leone. We got a lot of folks. So yeah, mental health is a serious issue. We have to take it seriously. The stigma with mental health. There's nothing wrong with you to go talk to somebody when you're having issues.
Right.
There's nothing wrong with going and talking to somebody if you're having issues. Just having someone to talk to makes a big difference.
Yep.
Whether it's your friend or family, I understand when it comes to confidentiality, it's very important in our community.
Yes.
Our Liberian community do not respect confidentiality.
Right.
So I call Victor. I said, Victor, my man, you know, this thing, you know, so you finish talking to Victor, Jerome Jack called me and said he's going nuts.
He's losing some marbles.
Yeah, he's like, you know, he lose the whole engine. He running the water now. Victor,
some screws turn off.
Yeah. Victor, let's talk about confidentiality.
Right.
Victor.
Yes.
Let's talk about confidentiality.
Yeah, you know, that whole HIPAA thing is not very, you know, it's not an African thing. So, yeah, you know, we all expect you know, we all expect our privacy to be maintained in all medical matters, but that doesn't happen in Liberia. You know, you'll be sitting there somewhere and somebody will point, then they will point to it. You see that person going, you know, yeah, that person got HIV, you know. But I like the presentation. I think they understand the assignment. They're not just talking about you know, medical treatment. I like the whole concept of counseling, you know, and I like, you know, some of the presentations like Ms. Stowe, you know, lifestyle changes, you know, some of those things, because some of our disaffected young people, some of them are addicts, you know, but those who be addicts, I think they can be dissuaded from making those kinds of choices. So I like the fact that they're taking an all hands on deck approach, you know, both medical treatment, both counseling and preventive, you know, counseling as well. So I like the presentation. You know, the problem is monumental. I just hope that you know, I wish them all the best, but I think they understand what they're up against.
Great. Let me welcome Honorable Seaton Jackson. Welcome to the show.
Thank you very much, and I'm glad to be here.
I know did you tune in? Did you listen to the show?
I just got in, so I didn't listen, but I think the effort by the folks from Canada to help our people back home is laudable. As Sarah rightly stated, a lot of our people are traumatized from the Civil War. There are a lot of mental health issues in our country, and seeing folks in this part of the world coming together to be able to extend a helping hand to address the mental health challenges our people face in Liberia is a laudable effort, and I want to thank them so much for what they are doing.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, share this show. Send in your comment. Today is President Day in the United States. So if you don't mind, please list or send me your favorite president of the United States. President that you like and the reason you like our president. I will tell you my favorite president.
Oh, I didn't know your favorite president.
You see why I talk about confidentiality? You see what I'm talking about? I got on Rosita. I told a woman my little secret. Now she coming to tell everybody.
I didn't say anything though. I just said we already know. I could be wrong. I could be right.
Yes, you are wrong, but guys, send me. We're talking about presidents in the Republic of Liberia, in the United States, and I hope Liberia takes a page out of the United States, where we don't have President William R. Torgbean birthday, William R. Torgbean birthday, J.J. Robert birthday. Put them all together and say President's birthday, and then we just celebrate all of them.
Right, right.
In a country that is idle, there's no job. How you get somebody vacation when they're not working? How you say holiday? The person is not working. They don't have a job, and you say it's a holiday. They should stay home. They're home already. Honorable Jackson, let's talk about the President's Day. Today is President's Day in the United States. We are celebrating the birthday of all of our presidents combined. Why is it that we are celebrating individual presidents in Liberia? You are muted.
Well, I don't know why we are celebrating individual presidents in Liberia, but again, this is some of the strangeness of Liberia. We don't maximize productivity. Myean, a President Day holiday is a holiday. All of the businesses are closed. As a result, the amount of taxes that the government is able to get for that specific day is lost because of holiday. And we have too many holidays in Liberia. If we can streamline some of those holidays, what will make them to be say, look, this is a working holiday. It doesn't have to be a public national holiday. It can be, we live in the United States. There are so many holidays in the United States, but there are some schools are closed for some of those holidays. There are some holidays, schools are not closed. There are some, and state offices and federal offices are not closed, even though they are holidays. So if we can streamline our holidays, because if, excuse me, all of these holidays, as we celebrate them, yeah, it is good to celebrate them. It is good to remember our past and our past presidents, but we have to be very careful in how we do this, because obviously when you shut everything down, the needed revenue that's supposed to come to the government, it doesn't come in. So we have to be very careful how we do this. But it is a good thing to celebrate holidays, especially President Days. We have Totma birthday. We have J.J. Robert birthday. What is that?
Well,
I don't know. And then we have William R. Torgbean birthday. All of these birthdays, we can just supposed to put it into one, and celebrate all of our presidents. Because, the fact that when we have the holidays, businesses are shut down, the needed revenues that government is supposed to generate, government don't generate that. And that put a strain on government collection of revenues.
Let me put you on the spot. If I were to put you on the spot and say, who would be your favorite American president? Do you need time, or you
Well, I will defer that question.
For now.
For now.
Okay. Let me welcome Honorable Tomalin George.
Mr. Gayman, it's good to be on the show. I want to say hi to Mr. Nagbe, Sarah, and Mr. Sita, and all our viewers and followers from around the world. Thank you so much. And I was monitoring the last segment. To be honest with you, I don't know why they didn't talk about it, but mental health, I'm sorry, is people think that people who are normal, they think they're normal. No. Look, just over the weekend, I was browsing through Facebook, right? And because of what happened with the Prophet Key issue, I saw videos where people are cussing, and people who they are high-profile people insulting. So tell me that mental problem.
I know, right?
You would never see a video where it's Tomalin George cuss somebody, man or pa or cuss a woman. No, that's not. That's not how it goes.
So you are not. So you're not normal.
No, yeah, those who do these things, Mr. Nagbe, Mr. Gayman, Mr. Sita and Sarah, these people they're not normal. To be cussing because of politics, you go and start cussing the person, cussing the man, cuss, and then look at some of the talk shows we got on Facebook. See, the people doing that normal thing. They get ready, they talk, putting a whole life on Facebook. By the time they make some more fuss, they start putting all the things. You did the one, you love to the person here, you be the person. They be friends. They're not normal people that do these things. Honestly, with you, they're meant up. Look, and I'm not trying to put down anything, but look, in America, you and I know most of the jobs that are available in the country are mental home jobs. You know that people can find easy to do quickly. Okay, a lot of Liberians and Africans, we have done this job, do this job, right? And guess what? Because we see how the people prioritize the issue of mental health issue. Congress have put aside billions of dollars because of the shooting that have been taking place in recent years. So they put aside because most of the people want to do it. It's not a mental problem, but so they put aside money for that. Liberia today, you and I know, all of us here, we owe enough to know that we have our own place called Catherine Mills Rehabilitation Center. Why is it today? Okay, and the mental issue have always been on the office of the vice president and the first lady. They always have been on these two individuals. But today, man, Catherine Mills, and you and I know there were people. There was a guy who played for Lone Star and for IE. They call him Cherry Hay. Before the war, Cherry was not to himself. You see him walking all over the country there and so forth. We have another man, you're from Basso. You know him very well, Mr. Gayman. I think he's not that. We should call him, I know, Buenabo, you know the guy. He used to say that and he just talked, but he was sound. But when he's talking, you know that he's not to himself, right? But the guy, when I got talking, hey man, I forgot the guy, one bright short puppy. Sit down and he would just sit down on Broad Street and he would talk historical things and all kinds of stuff. So the mental issue that people are discussing, we shouldn't take it for a joke. We got a lot of people that are in high offices, even in the executive, legislative, and the judicial branch, they have mental issue. No, don't take them to a joke. Okay? I'm sorry to say, but honestly, one of the things that come from other people's mouths will tell you that they have issues. But again, good show, and hope we can support the initiative because Liberia will have mental problems. People, like Mr. Nagbe said, people are ashamed to come and say it publicly because you want to. But so now you ask about why am I doing this? I'm going cuckoo, maybe. But these are things that you can show people. Saying we need help. You need some help there. Let me give her help. But again, we shouldn't take a joke. We think it's just a thing we can ignore, but it's serious thing in our society today. In Liberia, we got mental issue in our country. On a serious note, even you got to put on your vote. You voting for the same thing, and you say you thought the post is suffering, but you go vote for the same vote that make you suffer. That's mental problem too. You say you're suffering. You're suffering. Jeff getting no medicine. But then you go and sit on the vote. You go, the program tell you say, okay, we'll do it for the gay smart thing. You go for the same people, and you say that normal thing. I don't vote.
You allow yourself to be trucked out of your district to go to another district to vote.
I vote according to my conscience. Every Friday, I don't vote because I love you. I vote at the date of my conscience. I know that person the best thing, whether the person will win or not, I vote for that person. You go for people who you know will not improve your life. But Mr. Gayman, your show, man.
Listen, Chief, you are so right. I went to, and I mean, you go to Liberia, you see, the BB churches, right? United Methodist Church, Catholic Church, AME Church, all these BB churches. You go to these churches and their membership is dwindling, right? But you go right down the street. And the Nigerian man or the Ghanaian man standing over there doing all kinds of things, and you see thousands of people crying. The money they don't have, that little pitiful dollar they don't have, they're giving it to these people. You are right. Something is wrong with us.
I'll tell you.
Something is wrong with us that you would just get up. I mean, look, and I spent so much money on building homes in Liberia. my own relative are eating my money. These people gotta be crazy. I said, I'm building the thing for you. It's not for me. I won't live here. And you steal it from yourself. It gotta be mental issue.
Yeah.
It's a serious mental issue. Serious
is,
mental issue.
I'm building a thing for you so you can live there. I don't live here. Why are you taking the money when they send it? But anyway, let me go to Victor Name. Victor Name, your famous or favorite president of the United States. Today, President Day.
Oh, I knew you were gonna ask me who my president to be. Now,
I know your president will be. You know,
I got my favorite president.
I know it's Trump, so you gotta worry about that. I know you love Trump.
Donald.
Donald. I got my favorite president, Mr. Gayman.
One thing about he say hi is it so he doesn't sugarcoat.
And most of what he says is craziness. He doesn't say anything. But
who is your favorite president,
my
man?
favorite president, Barack Obama, but I'll come to that and I'll tell you why. But let me say this quickly on the mental health thing, right? And I agree with Tomalin. I like what Kafka is trying to
Kafka.
Yes, trying to do, even if they just manage to raise their awareness. You know, I think many of our people are stigmatized. You know, and that's why, you know, sometimes people are embarrassed to express that they are going through a mental crisis. But over here, it took them a long time over here, but they acknowledge, now they celebrate you when you come out. You know, they describe you as being brave and all of that. You know, you have celebrities openly discussing, you know, their mental health crisis they're going through. I know you know, one of our Sixers players, you know, just took time off, you know, to deal with mental health. So yeah, so we need to raise the awareness and back home and let agree that it is okay to come out and talk about what you're going through, because that's how you will get help. And when someone does come out, I think instead of, you know, mocking them and calling them crazy, it's not everyone who's going through a mental health crisis is crazy. The other thing is autism, you know, the spectrum. You know, Jerome, you know, right now looking back now, you know, plenty of our friends who were hanging out, even some of us sitting right here, who could have been classified one way or the other, but I don't know if they're classifying people in Liberia now. You know, and so the young kids, they're acting a little different, you know, and it might be that, you know, they're on the spectrum, you know, with some disability, but they're not entirely disabled, you know, but we just call them crazy, you know, or that you know, that Mr. You know, Joseph's son over there, that man is crazy.
No, they say you crack it.
Exactly, you crack it. So I just hope that our brothers and sisters who just left us here will help while they are addressing the crisis. You know, I looked at their flyer. I didn't see sensitization, but I hope they will not forget. Coming back to my favorite president of the United States, and I mean, I may be biased, you know, but you know, Barack Obama is my favorite president. Maybe Bill Clinton, until he started talking nonsense, talking about it. Obama was, you know, they were in some other time and age, he would be bringing in coffee and all that. He'd be a water boy, all that nonsense he was talking, you know. But that is for me, Barack Hussein Obama.
Okay. Sarah, your favorite president?
My favorite president, I got two.
Okay.
I got Obama and I got Walker Bush.
Okay, why?
So you got both from both of the sides of the aisle.
Yes,
huh?
yes,
Yeah, why?
yes. Obama, I think he was very you know, pragmatic during his term. And regardless of all of the odds, he beat it. He beat all of the odds to become the first Black president. That was a plus for the country, America. And Walker Bush, I think he was great as well. I mean, he didn't see color, he didn't see anything. He was pragmatic as well. And also, even though he got deceived at a certain point in time, but still he picked up from there. And I think he did a lot of good things for this country, America, and even our country, Liberia as well. So he's one of
Wait,
my
so are
favorites.
you saying Herbert Walker Bush or George W. Bush?
George W. Bush.
Oh, okay.
The old man.
Not the old man, the son.
Yeah, not okay, not the old guy. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. And I think when you say got to see, you meant the WMD, right?
Right. Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
What can you say about Katrina, though?
Huh?
Katrina.
That would be another story for
You got deceived too?
Some kind of way somehow.
Anyway.
Tomalin.
Yeah.
Your favorite president, so we move on.
My favorite president is.
Well, I thought Dominic already said, yeah, Justin, Yezan, Opa, Prophet Key. I think you already said.
Oh, God. I beg you, man.
We're not asking for prophet yet.
I beg you, man. George.
My favorite president is the 40th president of the United States, Ronald Reagan.
Yeah.
Reagan, you remember his economic policy, Reaganomics. He passed a massive tax cut, a foreign policy. He adopted a peace through strength strategy, increasing defense. He challenged Soviet leader Mikhail Gorbachev to tear down this wall and economic growth. Reagan presided over the longest peacetime expansion in U.S. history, with annual GDP growth of 3.4%. He appointed the first woman to the Supreme Court, Sandra Day O'Connor. He also, when it comes to immigration, Reagan was the only president in history so far who granted amnesty to millions of illegal immigrants. Some people decided to even, they were so afraid, they said, oh, maybe the man trying to set trap for us. Some people today never got their papers. But Reagan in 1986, and he passed the granted amnesty to all illegal immigrants that come from the shadows, come up, and today they are most of our brothers and sisters, our fathers, our uncles, our grandfathers. Today they have their status today with through Reagan in 1986. And Reagan, you know, like the whole Soviet Union, the Union of Soviet Social Republic, Reagan dismantled them. That was something that today Russia is still trying to catch up. But Ronald Reagan, he's my favorite U.S. president. Next to him, I would take George W. Bush. You are compassionate conservative, George Bush. He may have blundered in the end of it in his second term, but he was George Bush he was short 5 votes. He almost succeeded in passing immigration reform, but he was short 5 votes. 5 Republicans decided not to vote along with that. Had it been so, had that vote have gone through, we won't be having what we're having today in America, with ICE going around and making people life so miserable. So I come to Reagan and George W. Bush.
Great. Ladies and gentlemen, the professor himself, who is in the school district here, he cowered into this thing. He said he defer. What kind of teacher is this man here in the middle? He defer.
The man need to own defer.
Well, here's the thing. I would like to defer who is my favorite president in the United States. Yes. And
why you can't just say Donald Trump, man? Don't do
well, you can interpret any way you want to interpret it. You are entitled to your opinion. Who is my favorite president?
Where is the famous Prophet Key said words were meant to be used, so you can use it any way you want.
But Jackson,
I don't know.
You start war in the jail.
I don't know whether I'm going to discuss this Prophet Key situation again, because I think that there was a serious miscarriage of justice.
Yes, well, we're coming to that, but
Okay,
we are in the moment here. My favorite president is President Dwight Eisenhower. President Dwight Eisenhower's agenda was one of the agenda that I have sent to the former Minister for State for Presidential Affairs under the Myean government. This guy did some great stuff. Dwight Eisenhower they introduced the most transformative public policy, in my belief, besides other president, the interstate highway system. This guy introduced.
Was it Dwight or Lyndon B. Johnson?
Oh, come on now. Lyndon B. Johnson, that just recently. We're talking about Dwight Eisenhower, man. We're talking seriously about LBJ. LBJ came in 1964. But we're talking about the interstate system. He also created NASA. He also passed the Civil Rights Act of 1957. He was the one that coined the phrase, the military-industrial complex. He warned against it. This guy was a general that oversaw the World War II. Save the republic, save our nation, save who we are. So Dwight Eisenhower is a major figure in American politics. Maybe the next president that can even close would be Mr. Roosevelt, not FDR, but Theodore Roosevelt, the guy who did some transformation in this country, created parks and all of those things. But so I would say Dwight Eisenhower. If you want to be something, when we're talking about being transformative, if you're going to put your nation in debt, okay? If you build interstate highway to say from east to west, north to south, even if you just accomplish that, and you say we'll go from the border of Minor River and Bow straight to Buchanan, or straight to Sino or River G, and then we'll crisscross from east to west. If we just did those two, this is where road connectivity would be easy. So those men that usually think bigger, like Ellen used to say, if your dream doesn't scare you, it's not big enough.
That's correct.
We are not talking about things that you just do on the periphery. We're giving rice every year. We're doing this. Those are not things. But that's my own president, Dwight Eisenhower. Now, Chief Tomalin George, we are talking about current events in Liberia, and the internet is hot. There is nowhere you can turn. Whoever thought that a common man called Prophet Key, in his last interview I saw, he said he think he dropped out either in the 5th grade or 6th grade, he can't remember, but he never went beyond 6th grade. To bring our nation to a conversation that the whole world, and this guy is putting us into the Guinness Book of Records, a 5th grader versus the Supreme Court, one man. It is significant. I don't care what I mean, can you imagine us sitting here and fighting on behalf of some guy named Prophet Key? It is significant, Honorable George. This is significant in our Liberian history.
Well, issue of Prophet Key, the nation is somehow divided on it. I've been following. In fact, I was at an event on Saturday, and when I checked my phone, I was, because I've been talking to Prophet Key, so I said, "Oh, Prophet Key," but I don't want to get in trouble right now. But so I managed to reach out to Prophet Key through that phone, but then somebody picked the phone and said the person said they were with him. I mean, they are in touch with him, and that he's in the prison, he's in jail. He shared rumors on what they did. They put him amongst some young boys, little boys. Because that prison, if you work in the prison system, you gotta be careful when you go to jail, because people from outside can manipulate, infiltrate, and put people to hurt you in that prison. It happened in America. It happened all over. So apparently, for your own safety, he's in the room with young kids. I mean, younger boys, not grown men that will be.
Where he going to be? The people who really worship him, the young folk.
So he in the room with them, and in fact, I saw one of our reporters, Anthony, did a story today where Prophet Key even he have donated rice and other stuff to his fellow inmates. Then he went to jail. With that being said, you know, when I hear people blasting the Supreme Court, I mean, honestly, you guys know the Supreme Court, we do have issues with them. Personally, I have a problem with them because people have died because the decision that they have taken. People land issue. Somebody work all their life getting the property. When they went to the Supreme Court for final decision, they ruled against them, and the person some people just get frustrated and just die from frustration. But when the Supreme Court issued a ruling on Thursday, I think, we saw that in the presence of lawyers who have been admitted into the Supreme to practice law, to be able to practice law. I mean, in front of the Supreme Court, there were hundreds of them were there, and the full bench issued a ruling. But all the lawyers that were there, they said nothing about it. So one of those, and if you listen to, you found the case good, the discourse, the people that are pushing against Supreme Court are mostly non-lawyers. Most of those who are lawyers are defending the Supreme Court. What I've come to observe, and they're defending the Supreme Court. And they are two Prophet Key. The day he should come on the show, the eve of his sentencing, I want to show one here. I was talking. I said, he said, Brabi, I can't come on the show because tomorrow the guidance will issue the ruling on me. So I'm not gonna say something about that before they come in. And I said, Brabi, I'll be from you. The Pope put you in jail. Yeah, they tell me to put you in jail. I'll be honest with you. You can go and plead with them so maybe they can reduce your sentence, but they're gonna put you in jail. I told you on the show. You're supposed to won't put you in jail. They'll put you in jail. That was the goal.
Yeah,
and
you mentioned
I
it.
want to believe that there are other hands behind it. Not only the talk. There are people who probably the very government that he supported the power. Most of them part of that stuff. But they were afraid to confront him to say something. The Labour opportunity, Supreme Court, put him there. Because he have insulted everybody. The former President Salih, former President Myean, Joe's President Boyka, President Boyka's wife, everybody you know, the pro-tem, the speaker, everybody have been spared. Even who here too, I'm not being spared for you too. Now, whole show me one time. But I mean, so because of that, right? People are putting the emotions and they're mixing emotions with personal issues into values into the whole into the response to the Prophet Keith's sentencing. Because some people say that bro are funded by Christian values, by principles. But the law is the law, right? You can tell that his right was violated because Prophet Keith on the free speech doctrine or whatever the case, he was very protected. But when you listen to Supreme Court, let me end right here. When they were submitting the final submission, what they said, they didn't say because he insulted the Chief Justice man. They said he brought the hearing contempt for bringing the court into disrepute. Okay, he belittled the court. That's why they didn't say, oh, as people are saying, oh, because he caused the Chief Justice man. No, that's not it. It's because they are saying that they changed the language. They said because he brought the court to disrepute. So right now, those who are against it are putting those who are against Prophet Keith's sentencing. They are saying it because they feel that the rights were violated. Those who supporting it, those who felt that because the country that you can't cause my impact call and stuff, but that's the country. The law say that you cause my impact cause you go to jail for it. Once you touch somebody, even America, when you put hands on somebody, you can cause that person all you want to cause. They can go to court and say that man, but that's a different case. But Prophet Keith, the reason why he's suffering today is because of his past. That's why many lawyers couldn't come and take his case. They won't be on the record that, oh, you took that case and so forth, but some are speaking against it because they have the right to speak. But on a serious note, Prophet Keith rights were violated. When he served in the Supreme Court in the judicial system, people knows it. Look at the judges there, my people. See the judges there homes the guy in Liberia. See the property the guy in Liberia. I think they got it, not for the salary. I know most of them. When I'm talking about it, you see that property, it was also judge. Judge. They're very Chief Justice. Remember there was a time Costa had a show for only 1 week. how can but I took cost like nobody man's that? You know what I mean? Yeah. One time for 1 week, you mention this guy were involved in some case. So that's my take on it, right? The court is divided, but you're not hearing most the National Bar Association, they're not saying anything about it. They're quiet on it. And then most of the lawyers are picking in favor of the Supreme Court. And then when I think I asked former Speaker Kofa, who puts the Supreme Court in check is the legislature. You think that they will be able to say, let's bring them down to curtail the power? No. Because right now, you check it, most of the government officials are supporting it. They're happy that they man have been insulting. So this is why they all happy for the decision to talk on him. But right now, 1 year when the president will say he arrived today, he came back from the AU summit today. Yeah, but the president doing a press conference, so wonder why you ever speak on this end. So, but that's the problem we're facing in the country. So they divided. But most of the court of public opinion of a key is not he's not having too much support there. Because if you check on the video, people are celebrating him being put in the prison, people are celebrating and so forth. But that's how I see it, Mr. Gayman.
Great. Mr. Sita, this is why some of us who love this country called the United States, we say we will, in our old ages, will take our arm to defend this. When I was president of the local ACLU, I would say this again, we had a case. The KKK was being denied a permit to march. And the president of the ACLU in Miami, he said, as much as these people are vile in everything they do, we have the obligation to defend their right to march downtown Miami with their placards and their hoods. Because that's what the Constitution says we should defend, and that's why the ACLU is here. Our job is, our name is the American Civil Liberty Union. It didn't say black people, white people, good people. No, we are not here to defend just good people, even the vile among us. Here today in Liberia, the intelligentsia is saying, yes, the Supreme Court wronged him. The ruling is extrajudicial. But he is so bad, so, you know, we don't care what the Constitution says, you just get rid of him. This is a terrible president. This is a terrible country. These are terrible folks. And I think we got, our legal system got serious mental health issues. Your take on this?
Thank you very much. And I think you are right. Our judicial system is flawed. It has so many flaws. It is true. The Liberian Constitution says, Article 15 says, there should be freedom of the press, freedom of expression, but you must be responsible for the abuse thereof.
Mm-hmm.
So by you having freedom of expression, that does not necessarily mean that you have to use that freedom to denigrate almost every woman in Liberia. It was wrong. And I think Prophet Key, he's a despicable human being. He should have been prosecuted a long time. And I hope, and I just wish that the Supreme Court would have given him a lengthy sentence for his actions and his behavior. Now, having said that, let's look at...
Did you bring in a law?
Having said that, let me just look at the legal framework here. I'm not a lawyer, but I will just, state what my understanding is. All along, Prophet Key has been insulting a lot of people in Liberia. Nobody has brought case against Prophet Key with the exception of Julie Endy. Julie Endy filed her case in the court, honor the umbrella of the state. But the legal advisor to the president said, no, you can't bring, this is a private matter between you and Prophet Key. You can't bring you can't use the state as an umbrella through which you can sue Prophet Key. So because of that, he asked for the case to be dismissed, and the judge dismissed that case. I think what should have been done in that instance is, while it is true that this was a private matter between Julie Andy and Prophet Key, and looking at the decision of the Supreme Court, the state should have been the one to file charges against Prophet Key for denigrating Liberian women. And then he goes to court.
Absolutely right.
He goes to court, and then it goes through the legal process, and if it goes to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court can sentence him. But the way the Supreme Court handled this case is like the Supreme Court acted as if to say they were the plaintiff, they are the judge, and they are the jury. And that's a wrong precedent. You call him for contempt, but what was the contempt charge? When a court holds a defendant in contempt, that means to say that that defendant did something to impede the work of the court. In this instance, that is not the case. Prophet Key action did not impede the work of the Supreme Court. So I think the Supreme Court overstepped its bounds, and I think this is a bad precedent. It's a slippery slope, and I can guarantee you that this will have serious repercussions for our judicial system. Yes, Prophet Key, the court said he brought the court to public ridicule by saying that the court is corrupt, but it's a public knowledge. Almost all of the international organizations, including the U.S. State Department, has rated the Supreme Court as being corrupt. Has rated the Supreme Court as being corrupt. All of the reports. Why is it that the Supreme Court have never one day fought back against all of these accusations of corruption from Amnesty and from Transparency International, the U.S. State Department, and all of that? All of these international organizations that brand the Supreme Court, the judiciary, of being corrupt. Why is it that the judiciary can fight against this? But an individual who based his accusation based on public knowledge says the court is corrupt, then you say, well, we'll hold you in contempt because you bring the court to disrepute, you bring the court to public ridicule. I think that's wrong. Prophet Key is supposed to have been prosecuted by the state or a private individual, not the Supreme Court. So now, here's the matter here. The Supreme Court is the final arbiter of justice in Liberia. Who does Prophet Key go to now if he appeals this case? There's no appeal. So the legal process through which he was prosecuted is wrong. While it is true that I wanted him to be prosecuted because he had denigrated Liberian women, and the state should have charged him for denigrating Liberian women, and then send him to court and let him be prosecuted through the judicial process, not the Supreme Court.
Yeah.
All along he had been saying this thing. The Supreme Court never one day came up to say, well, we'll prosecute this man, or because he said something about the Chief Justice man. It's wrong.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, this Prophet Key thing, like I say, like him or not, he has done something that nobody has done in the history of our country. He is going down in the annals.
Before you go further, let me just say this. This is a private individual, and you have elevated him. You put him way on this pedestal.
Of course.
What is that?
But let me read Article 74 again. I've been reading it, and I'm going to read it. It says here, all matters of contempt of court, whether in the Supreme Court or in other courts, the penalties to be imposed shall be fixed by the legislature and shall conform to the provision of fundamental right laid down in our Constitution. Even if he was in contempt of the Supreme Court cannot, according to this Article 74. The legislative body should determine what the penalty is, and the penalty, according to the Constitution, shall not be no longer than the section of the court or the legislative body. So they are in session for 3 months. You cannot sentence anybody more than 3 months of the year. So all these things are spelled. Now let's go to this thing they call public disrepute. And Mr. Jackson, you brought this up. The Supreme Court Chief Justice that appointed his son illegally to a position, a young man who is not qualified for the position.
They got a Bible.
I had the whole nation in uproar. The whole nation was in uproar until he had to withdraw the nomination from embarrassment. Isn't that bringing the court to public disrepute?
Oh, it is.
Compare that to a young man who's sitting somewhere cussing somebody's man. Even if he cussed the mother of the Chief Justice, the law says he or she who is injured should file. Can you file for your dead mother? No, you can't. Can you file for your brother? No. He or she who is injured should file. So here we are. Now, this is the country that we have. We say, when we come to the United States and Tomalin George go home, or Nagbe goes home, or Seaton goes home, and he wants to run for office, and the people say, you see, you come here where you're America, you never bring what is best practice in America. You bring the worst. That's why we are not liked. You look at the whole bench from the busy, their whole group. Most of them have lived in the United States. And they sat there unanimously. Nobody in the Liberian Supreme Court, not one consented to say, you know what, objected to say I'm going to dissent based on blah, blah, blah. Not one. Everybody concurred that we need to put the law aside and just bury this guy. And not only that, but there is a caveat they call behavioral bond. Before he gets out of jail, he has to file a behavioral bond, and he has to promise that for the rest of his life, he will not curse again. Is that legal to do this?
Wow. And that's more dear Prophet Gio.
What country does that, to say you have to have a behavioral bond promising that you will not curse again for the rest of your life? Who does that? Mr. Nagbe, I know you were one of those that were cheering. You said they should hang him. They should put a rope around his neck because he been cussing with me too long. But when you went home last night, could you actually sleep well?
Yeah, because my wife slept well. So I slept well, and I didn't say that.
Sleep well for.
Exactly. I didn't say that you put a rope around his neck. I think you put a clank on his mouth and shut it. But let me clarify. I have a meeting at 7, so I'll be leaving in about 2 minutes, so I'll be brief. Let me clarify. Tomalin reported that he donated rice. The man get Gary. He didn't get no rice. I didn't know whether Gary. Look, I don't disagree with those who are, alarming that this is a slippery slope. It could lead us down the rabbit hole. It could stifle speech. I get all of that. But I reject those who are saying, that this man has the right to stand up anywhere and curse out. I don't think that's what Article 15 said. Jackson referenced Article 15, but that's not what Article 6. And he said, freedom of speech with the responsibility that comes with that. I think we're dismissing that easily. And so, yes, I have concerns, and I said yesterday somewhere else, and I'm saying it again. I believe the process is questionable, and because of that, maybe the judicial review or sometime, in the future, this case might be overturned. I don't know, but let's not forget we are in the age of social media. Celebrity influence is very powerful, like you said. All of us are talking about, Justin Yezon Opa Prophet Key, when we could be talking about the Fulani forming a national army right there in our backyard, right?
Wow.
A Fulani national security agency. I think, but we're talking about Prophet Key, and I understand that. And all the reason why I think the Supreme Court is trying to stamp out this bad influence. You have a legislator in the House of Representatives causing Marcos the same way Prophet Key is causing Marcos. Henry Costa was one of the biggest influencers here for years. He was also causing Marcos.
The Minister of State.
Thank you very much. And the Minister of
Deputy,
Information.
the deputy, I think.
Deputy Minister of State.
Deputy Kesali.
Exactly. So we cannot applaud normalizing this reckless. We just talk about mental health. This is a mental health crisis.
I'm telling you.
We cannot sit there and normalize
There's a serious mental health crisis.
Okay, Nagbe, real quick. Nagbe, real quick. I know you got to go.
I give you 30 minutes you editorialize your.
1 minute, you got to go. I want you to listen to this one real quick.
The liquor top?
Yeah. The representative said the justice can't just go to any king you shall drink.
But listen, I'm sorry, it's been great. I'm the one.
I'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you guys very much.
I'll see you tomorrow. But Sarah,
have a great day.
Yes, sir.
Here we are. The Mr. Family says this man is a drunkard, and not only that, but today I posted something on my page. Thanks to Mr. Padmore for reminding me. Well, Brandon Samukai, when this man was nominated in August 2022 by President Weah, Brandon Samukai said this man is highly corrupt and not fit for the bench. That was on the front page of all the papers.
Right.
That's correct. That's
Brandon
correct.
Samukai.
That's correct.
So
it just shows some of the the kind of mistakes some of our leaders make in nominating some of these people without proper vetting, improperly vetting them, and then sometimes too they have to satisfy these political contracts they sign with some of them. And so this is why I get some of these people in some of these positions. You align with me. When I get in power, I will give you, I will put you in certain positions without a proper vetting process. So now the Prophet Key is a demon. None of us support him. I wanted him to even go to jail more than 6 months, like 5 years or so. But let the process be the way it's supposed to be, because at the end of the day, if somebody else step in that shoe, how are you going to prosecute the person? How are you the Supreme Court going to keep calling people in to prosecute them? If somebody else stood in the place of Prophet Key now and start causing the Supreme Court parents or the grandma or parent, if somebody else did that, what he would do? So the Supreme Court should have just gone through the proper channel to have this man prosecuted. The man deserves to be behind the bars. Nobody like him to be passing around insulting women. Nobody that our country should not be reduced to that. But at the end of the day, follow the law. As a Supreme Court, you know what to do. But then again, like you guys said, everybody have diverse views. The lawyers some lawyers are supporting what the Supreme Court did. Some other people are, are against it. At the end of the day, who do we look up to now to give us the proper interpretation of the whole thing? Who? Who do we look up to? Who can come now and tentatively say, oh, the Supreme Court was in error? Isn't that the legislature? Mr. Gayman? So this is where we are. We are stuck. The legislature will not do it because they are all, in cahoot. And my final point here is, why didn't they address the corruption part of the allegation that Prophet Key made? Yeah, why they only address, oh yeah, he caused the Supreme Court murder and this and that. But the other, there are a lot of sources. Even the United States and other international partners know our judiciary system to be corrupt, and Prophet Key said that. That part of it was not addressed. So that's where we are, my brother. You know, it's a dog eat dog world. Can't eating your own baby.
Honorable George, today John Stewart came up with a piece, and I was hoping that Honorable Nagbe would be around because he's from that same generation, that same era, where John Stewart said basically this is like a flashback, a nightmare, right? What he saw during the old days, this is even worse. And what he fought against 40 years ago, 45 years ago, thinking that we have made a lot of progress. We are right back to 1978, 1979. And he thinks this is it's not good for our society. And this is someone who can talk. He commands a lot of respect. He's very fair and honest. He's brave. He says it like he sees it.
Well, like I said, Mr. Gayman, even people, I see people are attacking other lawyers who are very highly respected because of their interpretation. But the Constitution says that the Supreme Court is the final interpretation of the law. So I can say this: we can criticize the Supreme Court all we want to criticize. We can say all we want to say. Nothing will happen. They are protected by the Liberian 1986 Constitution. We have three distinct but coordinated branches of government, and they serve a check and balance on each other, right? But the first branch of government are supposed to make the laws for the people to interpret. They are silent.
They are compromised, all of them.
See, as a result, you saw what happened when the Supreme Court ruled that Speaker Kofa was a legitimate speaker. What happened? The president gave a speech and said, "While I respect the decision of the Supreme Court, I'm not going to follow your ruling."
That's right.
Okay. At that time, people should have stood up and said, "Well, we cannot sit down and allow you as a president, executive president, that's disrespected the highest court in the land."
Right.
And that's what we are as a country. So right now, people will write, Mr. Gayman, people will write, will give all the stuff. Before by Friday, by tomorrow or so, today Monday, right? By tomorrow, by Wednesday, I told Ricky, after a few days, you'll be forgotten. The people, all they will do now is carry food to him. Okay, a family carry food to him because they've been carrying food to him there. All will happen, and people will contribute towards your upkeep there in the prison. But after that, and trust me, Rocky will come from out of jail, and people he will not do what he did before, because Supreme Court has said, "Well, we're putting our feet down. We're not gonna let it happen anymore." Rocky won't go to jail. As I move going to exile, he comes from jail, and right now people are pleading that you stay there for some time, and then the president will be my partner here sometime down the line. But right now, you'll be there, and then
and that is the problem with the country.
Yeah, but that's why we're even hearing the man is bragging that once the president get back, he's going to be free.
That's the problem.
But the problem is that, Sarah, will he do this any day before? He will not do it again.
That's the problem with the
country. Let him serve his term. Let him serve his term. He
has no term. He shouldn't be there in the first place. So
this man has denigrated motherhood in the whole Republic of Liberia. He has been doing this for years. While it is true that the process that led him to prison was not the right way, I think he's supposed to stay in prison for a considerable length of time to serve as a deterrent.
Honestly,
where is our decency? Where is our decency?
Honorable Sita, you are one of those that when you go to Liberia, people say you were sitting right here when Garcia, the immigration man, the Supreme Court said, no matter what the president did, no matter what this man did, once you did not go through the process, what you have done, was never done anyway. You got to bring the man back here.
Exactly.
That is the process. Once the process is not followed, it is not done.
That's right.
You understand?
So why would you say the process was wrong? But
So then, if he comes out, then the process has to start over.
The process starts all over.
No, you can't. They call that double jeopardy. You cannot do it twice. You cannot do that. This is why you got to do it the right way for the first time and don't do it again. But now that this man has been put in jail, okay, let's say Joseph Boakai want to elevate his own profile now. He want to look like a hero to all Prophet Keith fans. He could come out now and say, "I'll pardon you."
No, and then he will be. There a lot of people will condemn that move. Even though he has presidential power to pardon, but a lot of people will have problem with that.
And I think Prophet Keith will feel emboldened as well.
You remember Honorable Tomalin George said President Bush was a compassionate conservative, right? So as much as some of you hate the Conservative Party because this man was very compassionate, people liked him. George, go ahead.
Yeah, but Mr. Nagbe, I mean, Mr. Gayman, let's be honest though. President Boakai will have it's a very slippery slope for him though to pardon, to really issue pardon, because now people are watching. You gotta be careful, because now they are put notice of some of the officials of government on notice that they are being insulting, going to taking the same route. So what makes them different from Prophet Keith? So right now, I'm sure today, those who have been cursing people on Facebook, I'm sure today, they from what happened on Friday or last week, they were going to desist from it. But President Boakai will be, I think he got to be very careful in how he pardon, how he try to intervene in this matter. I think, but I can see Prophet Keith spent a long time in jail, honestly, because of his past. And that's why people are criticizing. They criticize him. Why are they doing? Nothing they're doing. They're criticizing at all, talking. Now they say, oh,
but the United Party government is a government that criticizes, they can't do anything to them. They do what they want to do and they move on.
You go and petition, and let's just say do action. One thing on Liberian, we don't have the spine to make things, to stop everything. That's why I'll come back to tell you guys.
We're waiting for your movement, my brother.
Movement, we coming strong.
We're waiting for that movement.
With this rubber system, and we're going to bring it under control. Trust me.
We'll be part of it, Tomalin.
Okay, Tomalin George.
Anything that will make Mama Liberia great will be part of it.
Tomalin George, I know we have another controversial issue here.
Yep.
While we were on, Myean reported that Honorable Musa Ability was on a show in Liberia today. And at the interview, he said that some of President Boakai's ministers are doing very well. If he became president, he would keep some of them. And he named the Minister of Public Works, he named the Minister of Information, and he named the Minister of Foreign Affairs. And all. So one of his admirers from Trenton, New Jersey, texted me and said, "Here, Mr. Gayman, you are Vice President for CMC in the United States. If Honorable Musa Ability is approving the job performance of Joseph Boakai, then where is the vacancy? How Musa Ability wants to replace a man who is doing well?"
Exactly.
So he sent this to me, and I'm saying to myself, I have never seen an opposition that will say, the president is doing well, but I will be a better president. I mean, this is what this man is saying. Your take on the issue?
Well, Mr.
He's our friend. I'm going to be honest here.
Mr. Gayman, you know, I learned a lesson from the past election. As long as we have a platform and we on it every day talking, I will be very careful how I take my side, because I want to make that decision at a time when I know that my conscience will serve me right to make a decision to say I'm supporting this side, that side. Mr. Peabody, as a political leader of the CMC and someone who has been very vocal, as I consider him the de facto leader of opposition now in Liberia, because he has been on the front line, very vocal and taking the government to tax and holding it accountable. But to come and to say I mean, he could have said, he could have said, look, I believe some ministers are performing well, and I will keep some of them, but I wouldn't have called names. Because just today, the CDC former popular minister was on air today. She was very strong at the popular minister, and then also she told President Bogart misplaced the Minister of Public Works, that he shouldn't have been in the position he found himself in, which I disagree with her. Administrator can be public minister. The people that run the ministry are the technical people, like Deputy for Technical Affairs and so forth. So if you said that Gideon is an administrator, yeah, he can be a public minister. He can run the ministry, you know.
But they say according to the act, it has to be an engineer, right?
Okay, if I gotta read the act, if the act says that, then I agree with her. But if I gotta read the act, because if the act said that the Minister of Public Works should be an engineer, then I think she's right. But if it's not stated that, I have a problem with that. So to just come and give and say you keep sending ministers, I think he has to be very, very, very careful, because it will come out to hunt him now.
Right, exactly.
That thing now is going after him now. Go after him now. That Billy said this, Billy said that. People will start saying, they will start questioning whether he's consistent in his criticism of this government. So I think he has an opportunity to come on and to go on his party platform again and other platforms to clarify his statement, because right now it's trending with him. And I think it ain't looking good for him. That thing hanging behind him, that this government, everybody's criticizing now. I mean, to be honest with you, there are some good ministers there, yeah, in the government. But I think he should have just left it open and say that I would have taken some ministers. I would take some if I win the presidency, but to just call names now, you're gonna now trigger a lot of stuff. And I think it's unfortunate. And I think he has the opportunity to clarify his statement and comments, because it's trending and it's not good for him too. And you as a national,
I want to come in, Mr. Gayman. So I want to know why is
one minute, sir. Let him end it.
And you as a national vice chairman of the party, and now you have to speak, because you hold a very important position in the party, and somebody who people respect a lot. You're somebody who people admire, that you fearless, you uncompromising. You will say as it is, you know. Gayman don't sugarcoat something. If you be Tomalin George, I did something wrong, you call me out. So Gayman, people want to hear from Gayman tonight, or almost 1,000 people watching you around the world. They want to hear from you tonight, whether you agree with a political leader.
No. Everybody knows where I stand.
Okay.
Yeah,
listen.
but say on the platform.
No, listen to this. This is the reason why the folks were texting me and sending me the information. And I have to be very clear. If you want to replace an administration because of the ineffectiveness, you replace the whole. You cannot replace them in parts.
That's right.
So, Honorable Musa Belete, I know he misspoke. If you are given the second chance to speak, he will take that back. Because if we were grading most of the ministries in Liberia, there will be a lot of folks that would disagree with, especially on the Ministry of Information.
Exactly. Thank you.
Where we have had a lot of their platform being used to denigrate other folks. You talk about in contempt. These are that ministry, the former president, former dignitary, as long as you are not a member of their political party, they will denigrate you. They will curse you. And for us to say that ministry is one of the best performing ministries that needs to be around, that means we are saying cursing people, denigrating other folks, other government officials, present and past. It is okay. Honorable Musa Belete, after he misspoke, If he's given a second chance, he will clarify that. But CMC wants to replace the government. The third lane does not need anything from any other lane.
That's right.
If the second lane is good, then let the second lane keep running.
The second lane good.
But for you to say you will keep part of the second lane and bring it into the third lane, now you got third lane and a half. I think the candidate spoke. He means well. I have always advised Honorable Musa Ability it's good to get good rest. So when you go to this event, you are sharp, you are alert. He was not talking, he talked off the talking point. And I think it's something that he needs to take back or correct or clarify. Honorable Sister.
So why if Musa Ability double down on what he said and he doubled down on what he said, defend and stand by his statement? What would you say?
Well, if he thinks that the Unity Party is doing well in those areas, and he thinks that he needs to keep those areas, it's something that we have to address in the executive, because that is something that I don't think the executive will condone, that we will keep certain part of this administration. We are not campaigning for Unity Party.
That's right. Let me make my point, Mr. Gayman.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, like you said, you are absolutely right. I think Honorable Ability really misspoke. I think he really did that, and I think he needs to retract that statement, because that particular Ministry of Information, Minister of Information, there's absolutely nothing he's doing over there or they are doing over there for any government that is coming in power to keep them. Nothing. If they made the Ministry of Information and Tourism attractive enough, then I can say yes. But at this point, all they do there is go and respond to opposition folks with insults. You want to keep a minister like that? No. You have a ministry that's supposed to be propagating the good image of the government. But when other people say stuff and then the minister come, the other deputy minister, oh, the other person got mosquito brain. Then the other one, oh, what is that a responsible ministry? No.
Excuse me 1 minute. Tomalin, could you please flag Sia, please comment over there? Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. And you also have the Minister of Public Works passing all roads. Okay, those little roads, those little like bro got a lot of work to do. The yellow machine they're talking about it can't yet. But they had a sonar that they had to lie in for so long, and the very information ministry had to come and correct some of those stuff. And then that is the minister that you want to keep. So I think the honorable man, the honorable Musa Assambe, I think he really misspoke, and he need to sit down and get together with his team before he can get out there to make certain statements. He needs to, read the fine lines, the tea leaves, and be able to come out with something better than not to just be talking off head. I think he really misspoke. Thank you.
Honorable Sita, Real Siaple said the information minister is the best. He works more than 16 hours a day. After his regular job, he goes to Cloud Reloaded for additional 3 to 4 hours.
Well, I think Mr. Ability, as a political leader of a political party, is entitled to his opinion. That's his view. If he finds it fit that some ministers in the current administration are doing well, and he hope to keep them when he should have been elected president, I think that's fair enough. Take, for example, in the United States, when Barack Obama was running, he indicated that he was going to keep Bob Gates as defense secretary, and Bob Gates was a carryover from the George W. Bush administration. So it is not anything strange that you can keep a minister when you feel that person is very effective.
It's based on the record, though.
And it is not because you are in opposition to a government in power. It means that everybody in the government is an enemy of you. We are not enemies. Liberians, we are not enemies. The only thing we have fundamental differences on how Liberia can be run. Yes, it is true that there are folks at the Ministry of Information who, in my mind, are not supposed to be there. Those who goes on national radio station and denigrate others, use the Ministry of Information instead of propagating government's programs and policy. You leave that, you sidestep that, and you become to denigrate others, including even denigrating a former president.
Right.
I don't think that person's supposed to even keep their job. I don't. I'm not going to call name. They know themselves. I don't think that person to even keep their job. Yes, the minister is doing a good job, and Mr. Beletes sees that. That's why he says he's going to keep him. Well, for the public web minister, well, I don't know, but Sarah made a good point. I don't know whether he's an engineer or he is not. That's another story that we need to figure out. If he is not an engineer, and if but again, while it is true that the act that created the Ministry of Public Works says, I may be wrong, I don't know, I have not read the act, so I don't know what the act says. If the act says that whosoever has the ministry must be an engineer, especially a civil engineer, then if the current minister is not a civil engineer, then the president needs to rethink. But again, those positions, ministerial positions, are administrative. You understand? You can be an engineer, but you have to know how to bring people together to get stuff done. You understand? So if that is the case, then I think the president should rethink. But I don't know, but Mr. Belete, he's in the country. If he says that the Minister of Public Works is doing a good job, that's good. As for the Minister of Foreign Affairs, we all know, we see what she's doing. She's all over the place trying to make the case for Liberia, and I think she's working hard. So if he says that he will keep her, well, that's his prerogative. You know, he is the head of a political party, and it is now strange that you win position and then you keep some previous officials in the previous government. It's not a strange thing. We are not enemies. We just have fundamental differences on how Liberia can be run.
Listen,
thank you.
Honorable George, here we have fundamental differences when it comes to these ministries that you are talking about. They are so key to the success and failure of an administration. Public works, like I was saying to myself, if public work were doing what they were supposed to do, why are we building roads and building bridges as private citizens? The CMC is doing those things that the government should have done. It's the same public works that tried to rob him of almost $1.6 million for building a bridge. These are the same. So, you know, that's why I said the political PL, you know, he misspoke. Because when you look at,
maybe he tried to gain some sentiments too. I don't know.
The evidence just doesn't add up.
Mr. Gayman, I would differ with you when it comes to public works, though. Maybe people don't understand, but I'll tell you this, though. Brother Guinea is doing his best. Honestly, he's doing his best, though.
No, but the question here is if the public works, who is responsible for building roads and bridges? And Musa Ability is building roads and bridges. Then there is a need for building roads and bridges.
But Musa Ability also praised the public minister, right?
Yes.
Because I'm telling you, and I think he was being very, very fair there.
Every minister, I guess, over there do their best. I mean, that's just a fact.
He carry on with the resources he has to his convenience, using it to the roads. You heard the vice president again. I will come back again. He was campaigning again. When they honor him in Nuku Town, the vice president said, every county will have their own set of machine, and where there's water, they will put a bridge there. They won't just come put a road, and then from there, when it comes to water, they leave it. So, and you know, that's campaigning. He said, if we don't do it what we should do for any Southeast, you don't vote for us. Okay? and people taking it for a joke, but he's
But
campaigning.
Bearing road doesn't mean that people should vote for him. State resources is for all counties.
The man using his pulpit, to call on the voters to vote for him.
The vice president have very limited credibility. He went to Grand Bassa County. He told us, he says, the electricity we are talking about, he said we got electricity in this country. Our problem is distribution. He said, so Elton Tia, you and your buddy got together and you want to be a distributor. Our administration is going to give you the opportunity to be a distributor of electricity so Bassa can be electrified. And I wrote, do you really understand the distribution of electricity? Do you actually understand that individual cannot? But these people say these things because they want power. Now that they got elected, Grand Bassa County, we're still in the darkness. Since 1996. So,
but the man is telling you that the man is saying that he said before 2029 they will pave this. So if the sub is not paved, they shouldn't get them. They shouldn't vote for them. And
nobody will vote for them because the Southeast is paved.
The man also
the
saying
Southeast is supposed to be paved because that's state resources.
Yeah, in other words, he's throwing a jab at the CDC and saying you're someone from the Southeast and you guys will do it. Yeah, so why you throwing jab at?
Yeah, we get it, but we'll respond to the jab. We'll respond to the jab.
No, he's right. He's right on that.
Saying that they bring in machines. Every country will have their own machine. And where there's no water, they'll put a bridge there. And honestly,
Mr. Gayman, how is he right on that?
I want to watch what happens because if at all they pave the entire Southeast, put bridges where water and everywhere can pull and go and come there, it will have an impact on election. I'll be honest with you.
I agree.
That they want to go to Grand G, come out to tomorrow, come back, go to Sano, go to River G, go to Grand Coup and come back. It will have an impact. Now, the issue will be who will be able to make the case. Okay? They'll take sons and daughters of the Southeast to go help them on a campaign. Both sides will be fighting for that. So again, and they in the driver's seat, they control the national resources now, and they're trying to make good their promises. So the issue now, the CDC, who they are throwing jabber, should be able to say, look, there's a reason why we didn't do this or we didn't do that. But if they continue with that argument, the only thing again, they come back to the tune I was saying. You can do all of that, but if the people's lives are not impacted, the people that if their lives are not impacted, they cannot afford to buy to meet their basic needs. That's a problem. So that's why the election, all the parties that are running, the CMC, the ANC, the line, all the parties, they got to be aggressive, be intentional, and make their case to the Liberian people, and tell them what's going to happen. So the argument going to get bigger, and again, that's where we are, Mr. Gayman. And
you are right, Tomalin. You are right that they're going to e-vote, they're going to do this, they're going to do that. But my point here is, the Wea government built road to Nima. The Wea government built road to Lofa. At the end of the day, what happened? What happened to those two counties? They overwhelmingly voted for the United Party. So if we can make the case that state resources is for every county, regardless of who you are. It is not for one person. We have government bureaus and they secure. That's why the former public works minister was saying today that they secure fundings for all of those. That was the next move until they got out of power. And so if this government is coming in to do it, kudos to them. But that does not warrant anybody's vote to them because they did that. Government is continuity, and we'll make that case to our people. People voted. We know how people vote in our country. It's not so much about, you be a role for me. We know the lineage, the connection, all of that. And then they are in power and they have state resources. They have the advantage. That's true. But at the end of the day, that propaganda they carry, it will not fly easily because we'll make the case.
But you got to remember now.
Yeah. Let me just come in here.
You guys were here when Joe Biden passed the bipartisan bill, infrastructure bill. That was a big bill. What happened? That bill, Republicans voted against that bill. But when the money started to drop in the state, they won't take their credit. They say, oh
yeah,
no,
Tomalin, I understand all that.
yeah. So you see, so again, Sarah, the argument will be, look, what I see will happen in the coming elections is those who will make the argument a contradiction, who will really be forceful to do it. If you cannot articulate your views, your vision to the people to get and connect with them, it will be a problem. So that's why
that's true. I agree.
Like you said, right?
And we have been standing by to do that.
And let me be honest with you. I'm from the Southeast. We have been struggling with the rural situation for more than 50 years. Back in the days, to even travel to Sino, you have to come from Monrovia, go all the way to Nimba County. Then you pass from Nimba County, you go to Grand Jide County before you drop to Sando County or even Grand Cru County. That's how terrible our people have been struggling for roads. Now, Charles Taylor started something, and the other government are following. Charles Taylor started off from Riverside, from Buchanan to Riverside to Greenville, and a logging company built that road on President Taylor. So if this current and we had the opportunity, even though they secured the funding to build all of these roads, but did they sell it to the Liberian people? No.
What
They
do you mean?
They secure all of these funding, right? Look, let me be honest with you. Information is not cheap. You had a very effective information minister. You're the CDC people. You refuse to fund the ministry. So as a result, everything that President Weah was doing, nobody knew about it.
That's not the point.
Okay? No, that's the point. It is very important. You have an information ministry that's supposed to.
We Liberians, we are just used to blaming people. That's all.
You had an information ministry that's supposed to propagate, inform, and educate the Liberian people on your programs and policy.
So the minister are not receiving salary?
Look, information is not cheap.
I know, but wasn't he receiving salary?
We're not talking about receiving salary.
Okay, so if he was receiving salary, then he should have been able to do the job.
Hold on. How do you go on national? How do you go on? How do you go on radio station to speak to the Liberian people? Everybody don't listen to EIBC. Hold on, let me finish. If you want people to know what you are doing, you have to constantly be on the radio, in the newspaper, on the internet. And one thing I noticed about the Weah administration, you're running the whole government on Facebook. Not everybody is on Facebook.
We were hardly on Facebook.
You're running the whole government on Facebook. Not everybody on Facebook. So as a result of that, you have to admit your flaws. You then propagate your programs and policy effectively to the
I agree, though. I agree to that part. I agree.
You have one person, he was Minister of Finance, at the same time Minister of Information, at the same time Minister of Health, at the same time Minister of Well, yeah. One man wanted to do everybody's job.
Okay.
And nobody, and people could not even tell him, oh, no, this is not your area. Focus on your area. And then when you miss the ball.
All right.
You have all of these programs, everything. Okay. And President, we even said it the other day where we secured the funding for the overhead bridge. But who knew about it? Nobody knew about it until he said it. You understand? And then the current government went and buttressed that. You didn't inform the Liberian people what you were doing. You missed the mark.
There was an information gap. I agree. I agree there was an information gap.
All of the funding you secure, government is continuity. If this government comes in now and mobilize all of these funding that you guys secure and begin to implement that project, obviously it's going to be difficult for you to come back to power.
How?
I'll be honest with you.
No.
Because people want to see, according to the lawmakers there, This is the way how they take our money. They
That
say, well,
doesn't make
people
it
want to see
difficult to come to
tangible.
power.
People want to see tangibles. If the Liberian poor become to see tangibles, if Mama can move from Nikutan and go to Greenville and Sando County in 1 day time, obviously she will vote for Joseph Boakai.
No way. It doesn't work that way. It does not work that way. Government is continuity.
Yeah, we
government
know that.
is continuity.
Government is continuity.
Yes, that's what it is. Government is continuity.
As the Liberian people
Before the old man could get from over there to go over there, there was somebody who did the work.
Liberian people know it is Joseph Boakai that
guys
is
are propagating the message wrong and will tell our people. You guys are propagating the message wrong and will make our people to understand.
No, we are not propagating the message wrong. We are telling you that, look, you missed the mark.
We missed the mark informational wise. It doesn't mean that we didn't do the work. Informational wise, yes, but it doesn't mean we did not do the work, and we'll make our people to know that.
Well, we want to see.
Yeah. And trust me, with all of the yellow machines and things that are coming in, and they kind of wait, even the Sando County road is messed up. All of those roads, I want to see what they're going to do. Those roads not going to be paved because look at the funding. They were funding for some of these roads, and there are other roads that are dilapidated. And even our government or the national government is supposed to put in some funds to complete those things. And look at the budget. How much do you have put into those areas? Most of the budget is on recurring expenditure. The rest of it is going towards just minimal stuff for our own people. So we will see between now and that time how it goes. But we will continue to make the case. Government is continuity, and you cannot hijack nobody vote because you created rules. No, it's not your personal money. Not your personal money. It's the state resources. It goes for everybody. We have built roads for Lofa. He built roads up to Nima. Nima County people voted for Boakai. Our people will continue to stand by their son regardless. Because the resources for the state, that is what they are entitled to. That's their entitlement. Nobody should come there and say, oh, because we did it, so you vote for us. No, it doesn't work that way. It is our country money. You use it for our country.
Well,
and we'll make that case.
The argument would be, who will articulate and make the case for being to be elected. That'll be the problem. The issue.
Yeah, so, that's true. That's true.
And like you admitted, and to be honest with you, I'll tell you this: the harmonization of CDC instituted, it was necessary because had it not done it, CDC the country would have collapsed. The economy would have collapsed. Because
and even this government coming in would not have made it possible up to this far.
Because CDC and when Ellen left, the CDC government asked the international community, especially the UN and other people, said, look, you give her at least a year to get settled. They said, no, everything was normal. Your country normal, so we're pulling out, we're going. But I believe the support that Ellen received, she had 18,000 foreign troops for 12 years when she was president. The CDC had opportunity, and then the resources they got. Because if you look at the economy, Mr. Gayman, CDC in 6 years, they made more money from domestic revenue as compared to Ellen 12 years. After 12 years, she received international support.
Of course, she had a lot of money coming into our country. If they were serious, they could have paved all those roads. They could have paved those roads.
But the struggle, you notice when the country was almost going to down, they had a big protest. I give Twe credit. See what I want to say about Twe. Twe and team stood up and they made a lot of stuff and were able to rescue the economy and sustain it for 6 years. But the problem they had was they don't have the people to go and during election, they couldn't make the case. They
had an informational gap. That's the thing. They had an informational gap about, and then they say, the information minister was not supported this and that. I mean, there could be a truth to that, but at the end of the day, you as an information minister, you're supposed to make the case to your government and say, we need this, we need that to do this. Honestly, to tell you the truth, I didn't see that information minister doing anything besides taking salaries. That's all I saw.
No.
I
will defend Lejo. Lejo appeal. Lejo Kamara, I thought you were going to get fired. Lejo came on air and said he's not being supported. He said, I'm not being supported. He cried for help. Let me be frank. Lejo is somebody who I respect a lot. He cried, but he never got the support he needed. They will answer you.
But then that was the God. That's why I said that was the problem. They did. They had an informational gap. They
And
had
you
an
wanna-
informational gap.
you wanna-
But they did a lot of good things to even put this United Party on their feet as they speak. But as we all know, it's politics. So they will want to take the credit. We get it, but we'll make the case because we know the previous government did not just sit there and fold their hands. For them to get the visual lab that are taking today, somebody did the hard work, somebody did the heavy lifting. So that one, our people will speak VAR, will speak Grievances, will speak all the dialect we can speak. Our people will hear it. Will speak crying. Oh,
Yeah, you make sure you speak some. Make sure you speak some Bassa.
will speak Bassa. Now that Mr. Gayman, that's the fact. Today's problem was information. They were not there actively the way United Party is. Every little thing they respond. There's an acidity problem. They were not like that. But it didn't mean that their hands were full. That they did a lot of work. They did a lot of work. So for our old money to move from wherever point for that road to be fixed, somebody did the heavy lifting, and the own information minister there said it. So for the VP to go to Grand Jury and say, oh, well, Bwaka ain't face your road, don't vote for Bwaka. We could have said the same thing to the Myeans. When we face your road, don't vote for us. But that was not the case. The job there was to do the work for the Liberian people. Let them decide who they want to vote for. But if you want to politicize that, then we're going to make the case. Because we have built roads going to Nima Sakle PA. He built roads going to Lofa County. And the people decided to vote for Bwaka as a Lofien. And the Nima and some of them decided to vote for United Party because Kun was on the ticket. So now you can't tell our people because you believe our roads will vote for you. It doesn't work that way. The resources is for all of us. We will all benefit from it. And we decide who we're going to vote for. And we'll make that case to our people.
That's why I say the people movement will disrupt the system because we believe that the system needs to be disrupted. Because we need to disrupt the system and create an enabling environment for new ideas and new leaders to emerge. So y'all watch what happened. The movement is coming.
But what time the movement will start being active now?
We're already together. We just put the finishing touches together. You guys will see what will happen. That country will come to a state.
So you're going to be operating from America or from on the ground?
We'll be on the ground. We'll be on the ground in full swing. Watch what will happen.
Because I see most of your folks that you're appointed are all diasporans.
Yeah, but we are preparing to get on the ground. We'll get on the ground. We'll be on the ground. Trust me.
Oh, okay.
We'll disrupt the system.
Yeah, I won't be part of that movement. We will disrupt until something happens. I'm making it say
Mr. Gayman.
Yeah.
Yes, Clarence Daly reported something. I think that Jonah story. They convicted 3 CDC officials today. I don't know the code. Myean, can you find out that?
Yeah, let Myean double check for us.
Maybe get us to.
Oh yeah, some one Lawrence George and some pay.
They put on start. They telling us I keep telling it. The UP are determined to keep proposed to convict sedition. As the prosecutor them put them in jail. They will put them in jail for
whatever they do. We already know the game plan. Whatever they do, they have. We know the game plan.
Don't think for jail. They're going to the court.
We know the game plan. We know the game plan. United Party that go here is the PRC. I know TRC. Well, divide. I'm not prosecute and rule something like that. That is their goal.
CDC have opportunity to prosecute. They know what did it.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter when they come. They want to prosecute. They can go ahead. The system just have to be fair. They also have their own criminals. They also have their own criminals that they have to prosecute. Not even
prosecuted people.
No. I'm talking about even now. I'm even talking about in previous government. I'm talking about in the current government. They have their own criminals. They have their own criminals that they have not touched. So if they want to go after CDC, that's fine. That's fine. But it's still not going to stop the people from voting who they want to vote for.
Well, this is what we are talking about when Anthony Cassidy talked to CDC. They know we Unity Party, we know how to win elections. So he was referencing what they did in 2005, what they did in 2011. So here you are.
Well, if the young people will sit down there and Unity Party rig the election again, well, that's up to them.
Well,
because they are noted for rigging election anyway, so that's what he was talking about. That's what he was referencing.
What Tomalin is saying, we can't win election from being in abroad. We have to be on the ground.
Right.
So, did Myean get the report? He says they were found guilty.
I'm trying to find it too. Let me find it quickly.
Yeah.
Did you guys see that information about the guy that stole the former president's Mercedes Benz?
Yeah, I saw it, but then somebody else came out and said they wrote they came out with a rebuttal to it too. So you can find both, you can find it and put it up, but they found a rebuttal to it. I said, wow. So they think they gotta investigate.
The reporter was the fellow said that somebody donated a car to him or something.
He said the reporter said that the former president gave him his car and then he sold it to somebody else. And all the
how somebody will get you car and then come and say.
But it's not concerning it. You stole the former president car, but when I'm in the news, I would be a big news.
Of course.
But and another thing, why it took so long for it to come up? Like,
yeah, so
I don't know.
He's still the former president. That's the news. Should be in the news.
Okay, I got this one here. It says here, criminal code C has sentenced 2 former CDC government officials to 5 years in prison each after they were found guilty of massive corruption, marking a significant milestone in the fight against corruption for the first time in decades for anyone to go to jail for corruption in Liberia. 2 former senior government officials have been sentenced to 5 years in prison each for their roles in the misuse of public funds allocated for Liberia 2021 national census. The presiding judge of Criminal Code C, Osman Fakai, handed down the sentence to Lawrence George and Dominique Pay, both former officials of the Liberian Institute for Statistics and Geoinformation Services Legis. Judge Fakai upheld the jury's unanimous guilty verdict against the 2 men. The case was prosecuted by the Liberia Anti-Corruption Commission, LEC, following a 2023 indictment. According to LECC, approximately $1.795 million allocated for census-related activities between 2019 and 2022 could not be fully accounted for. In addition to the prison term, the court ordered George and Pay to restitute $97,000, representing the outstanding balance of the disputed funds. 3 co-defendants, including former Legis Director General Francis Ware, are earlier repaid $30,898 after admitting to the charges. Evidence presented during the trial revealed procurement irregularities, unsupported workmanship, workshop payment, unauthorized compensation, and failure to remit required taxes. In his ruling, Judge Fakai stated that the prosecutor's case had not been effectively rebutted and affirmed that the jury's unanimous verdict should stand. Wow. This is serious stuff.
So what happened to...
Let me say this though. What's happening now? UP now will start telling that they're fulfilling they're fulfilling some of the things they said they're going to do. They're going to prosecute people for corruption.
But they can't prosecute their own.
But listen now, but now there's the first step they have taken. They went to court. People were convicted. The judge are sending them to jail, prison now. So now they get themselves credit for that. Okay?
Yeah, they can get themselves credit all they want. If they start prosecuting their own, then we know they're serious.
But Sarah, that politics, you know very well the people when they prosecute the case, the guy before.
But then the case is not fair. Then that's not fair. So the Liberian people. All of these people that are stealing are against.
The legal process takes time, Sarah. The legal process takes time.
Look at that.
The Supreme Court appeal they made. It's what happened. Now they said the case should proceed. So that's how that case play out.
12 years?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, let it proceed.
And now you got 2 cases before that. 3 cases they got, and they got the one with the ISOM case and the economic sabotage case. So
They asked some kids, you know that they have spent $5.4 million on that kid and they're going to start over? You know that? They're going to start all over.
Yeah.
How?
They're going to start all over.
They are.
So what does that tell you? What does that tell you? Your common sense. They cannot produce the evidence.
Well, I don't know, but if they cannot produce
And that's
evidence,
a waste.
Okay, guys,
spend all that money. That's a waste.
We got a call. Your name and where you calling from?
Thank you, Gayman. This is Abraham calling from New Jersey. Let me say good evening to Tomalin and of course Brother Seaton and then my dear sister Sarah.
Yeah.
Fascinating topic, guys. You know, one thing I just wanted to add up to with regards to this Supreme Court ruling. Tomalin, I want you to remember that this case they're talking about amount to less than $150,000. Okay? Secondly, this case got initiated by the CDC government 2022. CDC decided to prosecute her own officials. Unfortunately, it ran into the election and so forth. And besides, there are 3 people on this case, Tomalin. The money in question, even if you apportion it to each of them, it's less than $35,000. But you got a government that you're talking about $10 million have been squandered up to today's day. The government cannot even account for it. There is no coherent explanation for it. No budgetary allocation for it in Lufa County.
They're looking for
he acknowledged it, but if he had known about it, you were never going to acknowledge it. Now that you know about it, what have you done? You have currently, I got it, Jala, that got all of the contracts in the country. Isn't that corruption?
Exactly.
All of the contracts that you can think about. But rather, Joseph Blanca decided to give the man a higher honor in the country. So when people come and talk about these things, look at the magnitude of this case. For you to say that, oh yeah, the government finally prosecuted this case, but it doesn't mean that when it originated from, people forget the history of the case. Secondly, the amount in question. You got millions of dollars that have been squandered a day. You had a government that came in, the first money they did was $8 million they allocated from the central bank to a private bank because they were obligated to that thing. Up to now, you had no accountability for it. So for people to come sit there and be commending the effort of this government, yes, we'll commend you if you equally prosecute your own things that happen under your watch.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you.
Then we will commend you. But that thing that originated 3 years ago under the previous government,
they want to fool the people.
To that government, they want to fool the people. The money in question with Lauren Jones and other people is less than $150,000. You know, that's chicken change. I look at that thing as
the money they're stealing.
Guys, it's around less than $35,000 or whatever it is. And you put it in jail for 5 years. What happened to all of the millions of dollars under the watch of this government? So let me not take all your time now. I just want to add that.
What kind of nephew that was fired from MCS said the money that was stolen from them, what happened to it?
No, but comment on Musa Delite's event today, the stuff.
They won't pretend that they're fighting corruption, but they're fighting facts.
I didn't get to follow this, so I can't add up to it right now.
Okay.
I really not following today.
Okay.
Yeah, unfortunately, I didn't follow you guys on that point.
Thank you. Okay, so guys, Sarah, you gotta give it to Tomalin George. It is not the opposition business. I mean, the government business to make the opposition look good. You were here when Fangon was saying it. As deputy minister at the Ministry of Information, he was walking. He had to buy his own desk. Somebody finally gave him a car. The ministry was totally neglected under the WIA administration. And if you knew how important the Ministry of Information is, the Ministry of Information is basically a propaganda machine for the government.
From American University.
Exactly.
You
got a hot mic. There you go. So here we are. If you knew the importance of the Ministry of Information, to me, besides the foreign ministry, the Ministry of Information is the most important ministry in the Republic of Liberia when it comes to propagating the formation, the progress, the challenges, and framing the debate in the nation. And if any administration neglect that particular ministry, you're doing it at your own peril.
We agree.
I mean, this is look what these people doing. It is the how they call it, the class reloader is the brainchild of the Ministry of Information. They run
no, it's not. No, it's not. It was started by Delon, I think.
But who is Delon?
Delon is part of the government. I agree, but not a brainchild of the ministry.
Yeah, but what's going to happen is that I can tell you though. What's going to happen? No, but let me, Mr. Connor. Look, let me say this. In all fairness, cities have opportunity to take on these guys. When they took over, all the reports were available. They should have followed it, but decided to give them to be honest, to be
they decided to pour Baba on their chest.
And now what happened? And now, so you can't blame UP. What are
nobody blaming them, or nobody blaming them.
You're trying to say that the case in question that the ruling came down today was started by CDC, which is true, but the money is small. But no, as far as UP concerned, they have scored victory on this one. They will say at least a couple are saying you're all running your promise, you're gonna go after all the cases. Now they have started to do it. And I can tell you, Jad, look, as I force you are gonna happen. UP, the two cases they're gonna pursue right now. The case, the economic sabotage case involving where they're accusing the former Minister Pewee, and also the Ashton case, the former speaker. They're gonna pursue these cases to score political points. To say, we promised y'all we will do this, we did it. And
but equally so, Tomalin.
The Supreme Court, the very Supreme Court, the Chief Justice today were appointed by CDC.
Yeah, not on the bench, not on the Chief Justice bench.
Yeah, but you appointed, they put you on the bench. And
I mean, like not a Supreme Court judge.
A record with that record, you should have nominated him.
Exactly. Exactly.
A lot of great lawyers who are nominated on the Supreme Court bench, they didn't do it.
Yeah, they didn't do it.
And they're hunting them today. So don't blame them. So when they will say, well, they're appointed. They don't want coming down with the ruling.
No, Tomalin, let me tell you one thing. I agree. I understand everything that you're saying. But that United Party government also came to power on the basis of transparency. They owe it to the Liberian people to do the right thing for the Liberian people, regardless of politics. So if they decide that they're only going to go after CDC cases and not their own cases, the Liberian people will see through them.
Again, I will say this.
Liberian people are opening their eyes now. They're not stupid and they're not stupid. The Liberian people might be gullible, but they're not stupid and they're not stupid. They are opening their eyes. They can see through them. You came to power on the basis of transparency to do the right thing for the Liberian people. So if you say you're going to go after CDC and leave your own roads, the Liberian people can clearly see through you. They can see.
So they are saying that people are saying these cases now. What they said they came out. They said they audit said this person was in the power. They go after that person. What they are doing now, Liberian people are saying that they won't see action. We
agree. We agree.
Let me be frank. You think you look at let me be honest with you. Look at Noka. Look at when Ben robbed on the man leave. But guess what happened? They left all of them today. They are millionaires. No car. They went bankrupt. And President, we allowed them to go free. Let me be frank. He has said,
I agree.
And then if you agree, then don't argue.
Why shouldn't I argue? Why shouldn't I argue? I'm arguing on the basis of the fact that you cannot come to power on the basis of transparency. You cannot come to power on the basis of transparency and accountability. And only prosecute your opponents.
That's money quarterbacking you're doing.
No, I'm not.
Money quarterbacking you doing.
No, you cannot come to power on the basis of accountability and transparency and only prosecute certain people and forget about your own criminals. The Liberian people can see through you.
CDC did not prosecute one former government official.
They did.
Who?
They did.
Who?
Check the record. They did.
Who?
Oh wait, what a guy did Ellison? They didn't put Ellison and other people in jail and they released them later.
That prosecution.
They didn't do that.
I come in now.
No, they didn't do that.
But the prosecution there.
Oh, but they didn't do that. You said that they prosecute one former government. They didn't do that.
No, did he go to court and they find guilty? Eh? They say the court find guilty? No. You let Rouse to go free. All the people that went got no car.
They wouldn't prosecute a prosecutor for political reason that was Brandon Samuka.
Oh.
That's all for political reasons. Because they had no case against
why you think UP is doing that? They're not prosecuting for political reasons.
They had no case against Brandon Samuka.
But UP is prosecuting for political reasons as well.
But you going to the audit. The audit case, that case. What the CC said, all UP going back. The CC said the person
but there are also other cases that it's against United Party. Why are they jumping over them? There are also other cases there.
They will get there.
They do have discretion of the.
They will never get there. They will never get there.
No, well,
they will never get there. You and I know that.
The legal process takes time.
You and I know that they will never get there. So don't even fool nobody yet.
Sarah, the excuse going to be that we got a backlog. We got a lot of cases.
That's it. That's the point right there, Mr. Gayman. That's the point right there. And the Liberian people can clearly see through that.
You saw what happened recently when the behind the cloud we are sunny, but the person receiving that they're gonna leave it because former president everybody talking say you need a woman, you need a woman. So they're gonna be selective in that case and thing. For political purposes.
The Liberian people will stay still through. Hey, you got your movement. These are some of the things your movement supposed to be flagging.
We say it, but
your movement supposed to be flagging these things because everything's supposed to be in the interest of the country, not in the.
We're not for nobody because.
Thank you.
They came out and lie and say that they lie and say, your kid missing ball. This person got killed. They person send it to power. The cases are there. Why can't?
Thank you. All of those things were lies. Come to find out, you check it how plenty of them were inside these killings because United Party is good at that. They will do stuff and hide their hands and pin other people black.
But
they are very noted for that.
Sarah, we knew that. We said that when you saw they were bringing all those fake pictures from all over the world saying those dead bodies were in Liberia.
Oh, okay.
we knew what the folks can do. This is what we're saying. It is the government's job to debunk. And so most of those stories we look at today.
You agree? I agree with you, Mr. Gayman. I totally agree. I totally agree.
What did it? I mean, we were here fighting. You think the government was listening? No, they were picking. I think they were overconfident, thought they had it in the bag.
They were overconfident. They were way overconfident.
And we kept saying to these folks, in politics, there is no certainty. Until the last whistle blows, you never know. But they won't listen.
Look at some of the folks they chose now. People like Zopen and other things. These people betrayed them. I mean, these were people that they left genuine sedition, heartfelt, diehard sedition to promote these kind of people. And now Zopen, he's only there for the money. He's not there for loyalty or anything to any party.
And that's
he's only there for the money.
That's why you see the UP guys, what they're gonna do, they're gonna fight, they're gonna do everything for cities that come out of power. That's what they'll do.
Of course, because
they know that they fear that they come out, they'll go after them, so they're gonna do anything.
Yeah, but CDC will fight back too.
Well, we hope so. But
CDC will fight back too.
They will make sure because they know they will be.
Because we know the guys state resources, they got the guns, but we got our mouth and we got the pen. We'll use the pen.
Well, the last time I checked, Penn never won any game.
Exactly.
They got the guns. They can use the guns. We have international partners that are watching. We have the whole world watching. We'll use the pen.
Okay.
The pen is mightier than the sword.
Okay, we agree.
No,
listen, guys.
Mr. Gayman, I disagree with Brother Corner. They didn't prosecute these guys. They weren't going to call their phone guilty. They were indicted. They were arrested. But during the process, now when that case, also the final end to that case, the cases. I mean, one of the good,
they had a major flaw.
That was a good thing to have because why? The former president was arrested. He was handcuffed. That was that's showing that President we remember that. No joke. But then when they're lying to get away, honestly, for Nokar to go bankrupt, the President Sali said, "I take the responsibility for it." They let them go free. No.
$30 million.
Some people should be in jail. Some people should serve prison time. So they'll say, yes, CDC, they're not joke. They were serious. But what the people are doing now, you told us some of them, right? They tell you they're giving and say, the CDC kind of power, some will not be as that. They will get the world treating the people come out. So they will fight. So that's what we're saying.
We'll fight back. We'll fight back.
So that it will create an environment for new leaders.
Because at the end of the day, even your own movement, Tomalin, your movement is supposed to be in the interest of the Liberian people.
Well, we are.
Because the Liberian people are the victims of everything. Every political party, the Liberian people become the victims. They are being deprived for all of the basic necessity of life because of these corrupt attitudes that are going on. Okay, people, Joseph Waka Bailey, $10 million villa in 4 years. Nobody know where the money coming from.
Okay,
all of the SOEs are now contributing to the budget. Where the money going? The Liberian people are feeding the brunt of everything.
So tell me now, let me frank. But right now, that 4 year project, seriously, so you should have the lawyers now. All the lawyers should be to the court demanding the government show where they got the money from for that project. Since you have the lawyers there together right now, okay? Get all 60 lawyers. Go to the court, say we demanding. You filed the Freedom of Information Act. Say we want to know where the resources, the money came from to build this place. That should be do right now. Since you have lawyers on they do right now. The Liberian people jump here and say, yes, we support you. You take over 70 million and you put it in a project like they ain't in the budget.
And there's no medicine in JFK. And there's no backup generator. People dying.
I would say, look,
where is the priority?
The party should be on a case. So we demand that where the money came from, want to see it. But I would say with this royal system because you might think the league will do it. You want to do it.
Yeah, but that, CDC doing that political. You do it.
No.
Let an independent body do it. Independent body will do it.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, process can join. Everybody else can join. We all are victims. Our people are victims, regardless of any political party you come from. Our people are victims of these things.
Yeah, but Sarah, why will you want independent body to do your work? As an opposition, that's your job.
No. The thing is, let independent people take the forefront. Let it take it shouldn't be politicized. It cannot be politicized. That's my point.
You're accusing them of weaponizing the justice system. You're accusing them of doing it, of being selected, of targeting CDC. So what you gonna do? You fight back. Go to court. Take them to court. Say the money they built it 4 year project with, what in the way from? The President Booker, he was very on. He didn't tell the truth when he said he's not aware of it. That's a lie. He can't tell me no. He said I knew he was stopping.
He was in the know. He was in the know. Because he was seeing in a video going to inspect the place even before he made a statement. So he knew about it.
So they should take action on it. They should make sure. So we're not going to court right now. Want to demand where the money came from, where to the money from to build the project. Okay, they want to good thing on that. The whole project business now for the government like bureau. So they want to not flag it. They would have say, oh, they owned by the president tomorrow. So it can't happen now. For the government like bureau.
But well, you say how realistic is that? It's in the main hometown. You saw you saw what it showed this week, right? The pool is finished. It looks like a resort. Joseph Waka gonna live there. No president.
It's a game. You can't own it. You can't own it. You can't own it.
I didn't say you own it. Joseph Waka gonna live there. He gonna enjoy the pool. He's gonna ain't no president going over there. Ain't nobody going there.
If the next government kind of power and that is not run by UP, that will be turned into a convention center. We'll use it for convention center.
If it's just we are that kind of power.
But isn't that the intention of why he built it for? Isn't it supposed to be for a convention of the MRU countries like they said?
Sure, we are going to say that back on be back on. Guys, it's almost 8:15. Let's do this tomorrow.
Okay, guys. Thank you so much for the show.
Come back tomorrow.
I can promise you I'll be the work, but we'll see.
Oh, you working tomorrow?
Yeah.
Listen, man, you need to stay home and relax. You can't take that money where you relax. All that money
I was just to a program on the weekend with St. Tomalin Joy. In tell you that one there. We were chilling this gone weekend.
So
At the first state.
you were faking the sickness, huh?
No, I was sick ever since. It's been a week now since then. Mm-hmm.
So what you doing about our party now? You still doing it? You still gonna host it?
Yeah, we got. I will call that girl. We got when we decided in April, right? Yeah, we gotta start it.
Yeah, anytime that you think it's good.
Yeah,
but you want to give yourself enough time so we can work on it.
Okay, all right.
Okay, guys.
Yeah, all right, have a good night, guys. Thank you.
Chief.
Myean, where are you, Myean? Myean, where Anthony can come on? He's sleeping, eh?
No, Anthony is sleeping right now.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I wanna, but Myean, that video he posted today, play for me. Let me see, man.
You have to wait a little bit. See some.
Yeah, after the show, I'll call you. But let me play that thing.
Okay, so just hold on a little bit. Let me try to play. Yeah, we're working during more of that video.
Yeah, I love it. And also the slides you made for the show. I told you got to upgrade it, man.
Mm-hmm.
Put some stuff, mix it up. It's nice, not bad. It's nice, but the one very loud than the one with this guy who Fogo. The guy talking, I say, yeah, the boy. Well, what I tell you, what our soup chairman, what about? Am I?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, no, I hear you.
You want? I said, name is Emmanuel Polo. You want to also bring him on
the County show. Yeah, bring the man on the County show.
Okay, I'll make negotiation with him, and then we'll bring it on.
Then tell us the man what is what? What is you?
With the Joseph Baga just try to stop student politics in the school. They will go like that day, Joseph Baga regime will end. The man understand every management. When the man see the police coming, yeah, escape. The man say progressive general, you need to vacate. The man say you need to understand the terror management.
They know how to do it. When coming, they run.
Yeah, and then I'm not even there.
And I told you. Oh, today the birthday of the Police Inspector General, Garguah Komah. Happy birthday, Inspector General Komah. Happy birthday.
Yeah, we posted that on the page. We posted on the page.
That was good. Yeah, he told me to say he acknowledged it.
Yeah, I can post a video now.
Yeah, put a video. Let me see it.
The Supreme Court of Liberia has this week ordered 6 months imprisonment for controversial social media commentator Prophet Key for criminal contempt of court, a ruling that has enacted furious debate across Liberia, according to the court's judgment delivered on February 13, 2026. Prophet Key pled guilty after being accused of using his social media platforms to unleash invectives, vulgar language, and outright abuse against the Chief Justice Yamin Kwesi, including insulting the Chief Justice's mother and accusing the judiciary of corruption. Court officials said such conduct undermines the dignity and authority of Liberia's highest judicial body, ruling that freedom of speech, while guaranteed in the 1986 Constitution, is not absolute and does not extend to attacks that degrade institutions entrusted with administering justice. The sentence, effective immediately, runs until August 13, 2026, with Prophet Key now serving his term from Monrovia Central Prison, known informally as South Beach. Reactions have been sharply divided in Nimba County. Community leaders and civic groups have publicly backed the Supreme Court's ruling as necessary to uphold respect for national institutions. But civil liberties advocates and some legal scholars warned that The decision could chill free expression and set a troubling precedent if contempt powers are used to silence critics rather than protect the administration of justice. Whether this case strengthens judicial authority or stifles dictator discourse remains at the heart of a national conversation about rights, responsibility, and the rule of law in Liberia. From the grounds of the Supreme Court, I'm Anthony Da reporting for the closing argument.
So that's it. No, I think it's we probably will work on it. Because anytime we try playing video games, so maybe one of the days we'll try to work on it from your end.
So you say you will make some adjustment on that slide too, eh?
Yeah, I'll try to make some correction because if I've been working on some apps, some promo and other stuff I've been working on some.
Yeah, I saw the page growing quickly, so we passed the other mark now. Wow.
Yeah. So I'm targeting every week so we can get like 1 to 2K added up.
Oh, I see. Yeah, that's good. Anyway,
yeah, I'm also working on a page. So
yeah, I see some movement there, man. That's good.
Yeah.
But the show can end with copy after that talk.
All right. So guys, thanks once again for following. Always tune to the closing argument show. Thanks.
Disappointment. Now the vice president often tell me since he got a seat as vice president, how many persons have I recommended in this government to serve in the government as presidential appointee? 0. Every appointment in Nima County was done by him. He and I would discuss something as a brother to implement it. You will bypass me and do different things. I better keep it. I don't talk on it.
Now you need to see us. The thing we saw, it frustrates us. So why can't you lie? Why can't you steal? Why can't you allow the citizens to be? You see, we just tell you that why we voted you. But you fool us, you screw us, you use us and later on abuse us. So why? The government makes you lie. Why? But that's the question that we ask.
The good person in our whole United Party, that President Bwaka. You want to say that again? The only person that appreciate good among all the United Party for the President Bwaka. The rest are ungrateful. The right, they use you and dumb you. But President Bwaka, if all of them were thinking the President Bwaka and behaving the President Bwaka, United Party will have another chance in 2029. Just for now, they do not regard people that help them.
Our soldiers were executed on this party ground. 2 at the back and 1 right at the headquarters. The man who shot and killed our people today is a darling boy in the Liberian National Police. They brought him back to shoot more guns. Get ready to shoot. Because we challenge the status quo appropriately. Inform that you violate suspect any student because of their action. It will be the day the entire Garguah administration will cut down. We will massively violate the students in this country and will shut down the Garguah administration. The day that happens, we have the capability to do so. And if they think this renovation project is a joke, let them try it. The fall of the Garguah administration begins with this. If they think they will tumble on any student in this country or at the University of Liberia and water in infinity, while our children saving opponents and lottery in the Western world, while we are subjected to agile power and bad learning conditions here, and the thing will say.
In the first 100 days, no car will get stuck on a major role in this country. And I mean it.
It's going down. First floor. There you have it.
That led to decades of war still run deep. But so too does the longing for reconciliation. A reconciliation defined not by political bargaining or by an artificial balance of power by tribe, region, religion, or ethnicity, but by the equality of opportunity and a better future for all Liberians.
Boga can lie, the government, all the ministers in the government, they can lie. They don't put all hustle, they put hustle, they lie. Everything they say, they never say the truth.
Today, the supporters of His Excellency Joseph Boakai presents him as a poor man from Lofa, and I said that he will understand the plight of the poor people. Fellow Liberians, do not be fooled. Vice President Boakai is not poor like you, not even as me. As Vice President, his office received more money from the government budget than any other Vice President has received in Liberia's history. He has enjoyed some of the best and most lucrative government jobs.
First of all, there's this, what I call sort of vicious lie about the fact that Mr. Kobe is gay or bring gay lifestyle to Liberia. It's complete bullshit. When people can accuse you of stealing people's money, when they can accuse you of being involved in war, anything, people don't make up stuff. They don't make up shit. Excuse my language, right? So it's complete nonsense. I'm married, 8 Teresa, 2 children, 5 grandchildren. I believe in traditional family values, so it's complete bullshit, complete nonsense.
Jamaican, young man, vice president, young man that are vice president, they made just so 500,000. I mean, Jamaican, the man just went to I forget that Jamaican, the man just went to Ghana the fit and they may bring it all company in the country. I mean, Kun Ninja can reach yourself. Kun man, you know, Kun by one of the sophisticated, quiet, hardcore rule in Liberia. But Liberia,
when 2029 come and pass, then you finally leave. Mission is completed. Now, what the rules of engagement? When the war ended, the guy said, the captain, the commander said, mission complete. There wounded out first. All men on board.
Everywhere there is no school, I'll put school. And everywhere there is school and school in bad condition, I'll renovate it. I told them, towns and villages, everywhere you will have lights in a town for children to play and people to see. I told them, every town will have safe drinking water.
If Charles Taylor is the problem, he will be out of here in the twinkle of an eye. And I say, let well-meaning Liberians come home. If we respect this constitution, a government formed in Accra is a violation of Article 1 of the Constitution. Let them come home. Let that government be formed in Monrovia.
The government that capital road, small road, B road, all kinds of in the place. I think the reason Joseph Boakai will not do much because the old man, the papa is suffering. The papa loves the country, but he can't make it. The criminal there around him, they're sophisticated than him. They are sophisticated criminals, so they can't make it.
Your league Costa, God know how to pay people. It's just simple. Costa that accused everybody here but himself. Everybody, Joe, we join, we accuse Joe, he killed Joseph Boakai. Boakai still living. Joe, when I go, no, you leave better. He named senator. he almost made Joseph Boakai president until he screwed up. We gave God the glory. Yeah. Well, Boakai, when he screwed, he said, oh, we don't want to make sure we fought for him to be reconciled with the president. And then the people who fought for him. Look, Yoli Costa, you come up. And Costa was in a podcast, he said, they don't been calling me. Okay. The time you were calling me for me to kind of Boakai, did I put it on radio? That immaturity to do what he talking about.
And I guarantee you, when we finish, there will not be a winner or the loser. Today we all wear the jersey of Liberia, and the victory belongs to the people, to the peace, and to our democracy. As we begin to build upon the foundation of this new Liberia, I, George Seleke Kromah, the new president, will first give thanks and praises to the Almighty God for the blessing He has bestowed upon our country. And I say, my people, thank you, Yah.
We elected on 85 irresponsible men what happened to our country. We elected on 85 irresponsible men to govern this country, not to be very irresponsible.